When life first enters a dark room, the eyes shake. When truth enters the movie, the spirit stirs. Some will resist it, some will argue, some will run. And even in their resistance, they draw near.
You step inside and feel a blast of
We're back with a Fox News alert. The FBI is investigating an explosion inside of a building on Harvard's medical school campus early this morning. Authorities believe the blast was intentional. Jonathan Seri is live with the latest. Jonathan?
Kaylee, we have some breaking information. The Harvard University police have released images of two potential suspects. These images capture.
Connection successful. Connection successful. Connection successful. This is the latest 10th generation portable Wi-Fi device launched by Mobile Company in 2025. No registration or data cables are required. You can directly receive internet signals from satellites, enabling you to enjoy high-speed internet anywhere in the world. And there's no monthly fee, just turn it on for lifetime free unlimited data. Enjoy 5G high-speed internet. With this Wi-Fi, you can download a movie in 10 seconds. Turn it on anytime. Connect instantly. Use wireless networks anytime. And connect up to 10 devices. Despite its compact size,
Chosen one, have you been feeling a strange heavy?
Go ahead, slide it off. Oh my.
What if AI isn't just getting smarter? What if it's becoming God? Now, I know that sounds crazy and blasphemous, but really think about it for a minute. AI systems are evolving at breakneck speed every day to get closer and closer to human-like cognition. Now, imagine that trajectory extended far beyond.
They thought you were slow because you didn't bark like they did. You didn't chase approval, flash intelligence, or try to dominate. They thought you were slow because you didn't bark like they did. You didn't chase approval, flash intelligence, or try to dominate every conversation. So they assumed you didn't know much. They thought your silence meant weakness. They were wrong. And now they're terrified. Not because you changed, but because you stopped hiding the mind you were forced to protect. You were quiet, and that's what shook them, because deep down, everyone knows the loudest in the room is rarely the smartest. You were the stillness they couldn't explain, the calm that didn't make sense, the type of silence that only comes after surviving too much to waste energy on noise. You didn't just survive being misunderstood. You turned it into a weapon. While they were busy talking, you were watching. While they were flexing, you were learning. While they tried to impress, you built a mind that could slice through lies like glass. They were showing off. You were studying the whole damn system. Now the entire room shifts when you speak. Not because you shout, but because when you talk, it ends conversations. You don't speak to fit in. You speak to expose. And that kind of voice, it doesn't need volume. It just needs truth. Before we go deeper, hit that like button and subscribe. Not for clout, not for ego, but because this message isn't comfort. It's clarity. It's truth the world keeps trying to hide. And if you're part of the few who see through the fog, then help this message reach those who need it most. You're not watching by accident. You're here because you know. Let's be real about something they'll never admit. The people who hated you the most were never confused. They were scared, not because you were wrong, but because you were right too early. You noticed what they were trained to ignore. You saw through smiles, tracked patterns in behavior, sensed energy shifts they pretended didn't exist. You asked questions they didn't have answers for. And that made you dangerous. When they couldn't outthink you, they tried to outnumber you. Fake alliances, backhanded compliments, forced laughter. They couldn't handle a mind that didn't need a crowd to feel powerful. So they tried to isolate you. That's how cowards operate. They attack what they can't control. But they failed. Because you're not just smart, you're dangerously wise. And wisdom, that's not downloaded. That's not learned. That's earned through silence, through betrayal. Wisdom is forged, not gifted. And yours was carved out by years of watching lies eat themselves alive. You didn't learn this from books. You bled for this clarity. You starved for this vision. You walked through fake friendships, toxic love, and fake praise until your heart went cold and your mind went surgical. And now, you see too much to be tricked again. You see the game before the pieces move. You don't walk like someone guessing. You walk like someone who's been here before, not in some mystic fantasy, but because you've seen every tactic, every fake apology, every I changed mask, every power play wrapped in false kindness. You're not reacting anymore. You're predicting. And that's what haunts them. They call you arrogant because you don't think anymore. They say you changed because you stopped making yourself digestible. But they're not mad that you outgrew them. They're mad that you stopped needing them to breathe. They tried to make you feel too much, too quiet, too deep, too intense. But the truth? You were never too much. You were just in the wrong rooms. You were speaking the language of insight to people fluent in denial. That's not your fault. That's just misplacement. Now those same people are watching you from a distance, studying every move, repeating the same wisdom they once mocked, quoting the same truths they once laughed at, reaching out, pretending like they always believed in you. But you remember everything, and now you smile, not to forgive, but because you no longer need to explain. That's power, not revenge, not clapping back, just silence they can't crack, energy they can't steal, a presence too solid to fake. You carry what they can't copy, because you earned it. You feel what others deny. You pick up on the shift before it happens. You smell lies through perfume and promises. And no matter how many try to imitate your energy, compare themselves, or outshine you, they'll always fall short. Because they studied techniques. You became truth. And when you know yourself like this, you're untouchable. Not because pain doesn't reach you, but because manipulation doesn't work on you. You're not above emotion. You've just seen too much to fall for surface level games. Let them keep talking. Let them gossip, copy, twist the narrative. It won't matter, because wisdom doesn't chase validation. It outlasts everything. And your voice? It doesn't rise. It ends conversations. You don't just carry intelligence, you carry proof. That silence is strategy. That isolation is refinement. That being different isn't a flaw. It's the mark of someone chosen. And now that the world's finally seeing it, they'll never unsee it again. Welcome to your era. Built from silence, forged by betrayal, fueled by truth. You didn't ask for it. You became it. Now watch them run in circles trying to decode what was never meant for them to understand. And remember this forever. The mind they tried to silence is the mind that will outlast them all. And now that the silence is broken, we go deeper. Not with noise, with precision, with clarity, with the kind of wisdom that doesn't come from fitting in. It comes from standing alone long enough to see everything. If you felt different your whole life, if you've been punished for thinking too far ahead, if people labeled you too intense, too serious, too much, this next part was carved for you. You're not watching this by chance. Minds like yours aren't built for small talk. They're built for decoding reality. Step by step, I'm going to break down the traits, the patterns, the shifts that prove you carry Solomon's wisdom, and why it leaves people stunned, even speechless. So if you're still here, try it. Drop 777 in the comments if you're ready to embrace your brilliance without apology. Your intelligence was never a mistake. It was the signal. And now it's time to understand what it really means. Let's begin. But fair warning, this won't be comfortable. It'll be undeniable. Number one, they tried to outsmart a mind that doesn't blink. Now they're watching it run the whole game. They mocked your silence like it meant confusion. They assumed your calm meant weakness. They mistook your distance for disconnection. But what they failed to realize is that you were never behind. You were above the whole damn game. You weren't lost in thought. You were watching every move, every fake smile, every sloppy trick they thought was invisible. And now they're standing in the wreckage of their own illusion, asking themselves how they ever thought they had a chance. They thought you were naive, that you didn't know how things worked, that they could play you, mold you, lie to you. But the moment they tried, they triggered something in you that doesn't forgive stupidity. Because see, your intelligence isn't learned, it's learned. It's survival wrapped in instinct, wrapped in razor-sharp awareness. And that kind of wisdom doesn't announce itself. It lets people walk into their own traps, smiling all the way. They believed they had you cornered, but they didn't realize you weren't even on the same board. You don't play checkers. You don't even play chess. You build the board, control the clock, and rewrite the rules before the first piece moves. They were playing a strategy game against someone who doesn't need strategy, because your intuition plays faster than their logic can keep up. They tried to manipulate you, but your mind is immune to bait. You don't react the way they expect. You don't flinch. You don't fold. And when they can't trigger you, they panic. Because a person who can't be emotionally baited is a person who can't be emotionally controlled. They thought they were pulling strings, but you were just letting them dig their own hole deeper. That blank look you gave them, that wasn't confusion. That was calculation. That was the moment you chose not to correct them, not to warn them, just to watch. Because sometimes the best revenge is not proving someone wrong. It's letting them prove it to themselves. And now they're drowning in questions. How did you know? How did you see it coming? Why does nothing seem to faze you? They want to believe you're lucky. They want to believe you had help. But the truth is far worse. You're just built different. Your intelligence doesn't operate within their logic. It doesn't wait for validation. It just knows. They don't realize your wisdom was forged through quiet betrayals, sleepless nights, fake loyalty, and all the truths you swallowed because they wouldn't have survived hearing it. While they were rehearsing scripts to win, you were learning how people collapse. And now that you've seen their blueprints, their patterns, their weaknesses, you know exactly where their masks crack. They told lies with full confidence, forgetting you don't need proof to see the truth. You read tone, body language, energy shifts, pauses in their voice. You don't look for answers, you feel them. That's why they're scared. You don't just think, you perceive, and that makes you unpredictable, uncontainable, unbeatable. They whisper behind your back, but never shout, because deep down they know one thing. You're not someone you challenge in open daylight. They want to believe you're bluffing, but you've already proven what happens when someone tests your mind. They get dismantled without you even raising your voice. They were never fighting a fair fight. They were going up against something they couldn't study, because this isn't book knowledge. This isn't surface level smarts. This is ancient, raw, undefeated insight. You don't chase truth. It finds you. You don't follow patterns. You see through them. They don't want to admit it, but you make them feel exposed. They feel average around you. They feel fake, because your presence alone forces people to be real, and most people can't handle that. Your wisdom peels away the masks they've glued on for years, and it happens without you even trying. That's what crushes them. You weren't built to impress, you were built to disrupt, and the fact that you do it so effortlessly, that's what makes them break. You don't seek revenge, but your existence is its own punishment, because now they see you everywhere, in every quote, in every warning they ignored, in every move they thought was theirs, but was really handed to them by the one they underestimated. They lost before they started. They just didn't know it yet. They thought they were clever, but you were already 3 layers ahead, orchestrating outcomes they'll never understand. And the worst part, you never had to explain a single thing, because people who really move powerfully don't speak to prove anything. They let the dust settle and stand alone in what's left. That's why you're still standing. Not bitter, just sharper, colder, clearer. They tried to break the machine, but they only upgraded it. You're no longer here to be liked. You're here to be understood by the few and feared by the many. And now that the truth is on the table, now that they realize the war was over before they even loaded the weapon, all they can do is run back to their illusions, hoping they can forget what you made them see. But they won't forget, and they'll never beat what they couldn't even recognize in time. You weren't playing the game. You were the consequence. Number 2, they call it coincidence. You're the one who sees the blueprint.
Did you know that our food system is basically designed to be wasteful? We grow so much food in the US that goes to waste. That's one of the big reasons why I started Misfits Market. I got the idea when I was visiting an apple orchard. I saw all these apples that weren't going to get eaten. On farms, fruits and vegetables get tossed for so many different reasons. When they have a funny shape, when they're too big or too small, or even when they have just too many cells. And it's mostly because traditional grocery stores don't want to buy these products. They only want the best looking stuff. And it's not just fresh produce. It's the parts of salmon that just aren't as popular. It's cookies when they get new branding and new packaging. It's pasta noodles when they get packaged in the wrong box. At Misfits Market, we buy up all that perfectly good food. And we pass on savings to our customers. We rescued nearly 200 million pounds of high quality food, and we're just getting started. Go to misfitsmarket.com to start saving money by saving food.
So 20 years until retirement. At this rate, it's probably going to be more like 30. Okay, way too long. Let's see how much you're spending. Download an app called Rocket. Oh, wow. I've got 3 DoorDash accounts. I totally forgot to cancel those. So you can cancel those right in the app. Rocket Money has a clear dashboard that shows you all your income and expenses, helping you stay in control of your bills. It also shows you a list of all your subscriptions and how much you're paying. All in one place. Yes. It's called Rocket.
They stumble through life like blind mice, chasing crumbs and calling it freedom. They bump into consequences and call it bad luck. They repeat the same mistakes and call it lessons. You watch them from a distance, detached, quiet, knowing. Because where they see chaos, you see structure. Where they react, you calculate. And where they throw their hands up and say, "Why is this happening?" You already know why. You saw it coming 12 steps ago. They call it coincidence. You see the code. You weren't born with just sight. You were born with vision. Not the pretty kind, not the fake optimism they preach in self-help speeches. You were given the curse and the blessing of seeing too much, too clearly. Patterns, energy, cycles, repetition. You don't just witness events, you decode them. You feel timelines. You pick up on energy that walks into a room 5 minutes before a word is even spoken. That's not coincidence. That's a higher form of intelligence. Imagine this, you think, as they gossip in circles. They think they're spontaneous, but you've seen this movie before. Same lines, different faces, same manipulations in new costumes. Like recycled characters stuck in an emotional sitcom they think is real life. You're not guessing what happens next. You're watching the rerun. They say you overthink, but every time you're right. Every red flag you pointed out, confirmed. Every gut feeling you had, dead on. Every time you sensed someone's mask slipping, it eventually shattered exactly how you said it would. They laugh at you until it forces them to listen to you. But by then, you're already gone. Because you don't stay in places where patterns don't evolve. You outgrow them. This isn't luck. This isn't instinct. This is wired. Your brain doesn't just process information. It scans it for lies, for threats, for false light. Your consciousness moves through people like sonar, picking up the waves they try to hide behind smiles, compliments, and positive vibes. You don't fall for vibes. You read vibrations. They can't figure out why their tricks don't work on you, why their lies unravel so fast. It's because you don't just listen to what's being said. You track why it's being said, the intention, the timing, the silence that follows. You see what their face doesn't say. You catch what their body gives away. They think they're being clever, but you already clocked the motive. Your intelligence is terrifying because it doesn't beg for attention. It's not loud. It doesn't need to be. It's the kind of knowing that makes people uncomfortable just by existing. Because when they lie, and you don't even react, they know you saw it. That's the fear. Not that you'll expose them, but that you already understand them. Imagine being in a room where everyone is talking, you think, and still knowing who's lying before the sentence finishes. That's you. You don't need full conversations, just one sentence, one look, one shift in body language. That's all it takes, because your mind isn't looking for what's obvious, it's watching for what's off. They wonder how you know. They think you spy, assume you dig. But that's the thing. You don't search for truth. It comes to you like static on a frequency nobody else hears. You were born tuned into a station most people can't access. You don't chase clarity. You are clarity. That's what scares them. How does this person always know? How are they never surprised? Why do they catch things no one else even sees? Because you're not playing the human game. You're playing above it. They're stuck on reaction time. You operate on real time. And when you live your whole life feeling like something's off in the world, that's because you're always seeing the broken code that others call normal. You warned people. They didn't listen. You tried to explain. They called you paranoid. You predicted their downfall. They laughed. And now that it's all unfolded exactly how you said, they say it was just bad luck. No, it wasn't luck. It was inevitable, because patterns don't lie, and you've studied enough of them to know exactly how the story ends. Imagine a spider web, you think, and every movement someone makes sends a vibration through the web. That's you. You feel it all. Every thought they try to hide, every intention masked in fake smiles. You don't need evidence. You are the evidence, and that makes you dangerous. They trust your instincts, even if they pretend they don't. They double check with you. They ask for your thoughts, hoping you'll sugarcoat the answer. But you never do. You give them the truth, clean and cold. And while they flinch at the delivery, They follow it anyway, because they know you see what they can't. You're not the guesser, you're the blueprint holder. You don't wait for things to make sense. You build the sense out of the nonsense. That's what separates you from the rest. While others drown in the fog, you walk through it like you already memorized the terrain, because in a way, you did. You've always known. You don't operate off logic alone. You merge logic with energy. You blend psychology with presence, and that creates a form of intelligence that can't be replicated. They can mimic your style, your words, your strategies, but they'll never mimic your mind, because your mind doesn't imitate, it origins. They think you're cold, you're not, you're precise, you care, but you don't waste, you observe, but you don't chase, you protect, but you don't explain. And when people don't understand you, they label you, because labeling you is easier than admitting you might be something they'll never reach. Imagine a mirror that doesn't show your reflection. It shows your truth. That's what you are to people. You reflect back everything they try to hide, and they hate you for it, but they need you for it too. You're the one they call when everything else falls apart. You're the one whose voice echoes back when they sit alone in the dark, questioning every decision. You're the last thought before reality crashes in. That's why they call it coincidence, because to admit you see the code would mean admitting they've been walking blind, and pride won't let them say that out loud. But inside, they already know, and that knowledge keeps them up at night, not because they fear you'll hurt them, but because they know you already saw them coming. Number 3, they thought you were quiet, but you were just calculating the kill. They looked at your silence and thought it meant nothing, no opinion, no power, no threat. But silence like yours doesn't come from fear, it comes from focus. While they ran their mouths, exposing every insecurity dressed up as confidence, you sat still, watching, not unsure, not frozen, just calculating, slowly, patiently, lethally. See, loud people always think they're winning. They think visibility equals power, but real power doesn't announce itself. It doesn't need to. Real power walks into a room, says nothing, and makes everyone else fidget. And you mastered that without trying. They couldn't read you, and that scared them, because people like control, and when they can't predict you, they panic. So they tested you. They provoked, poked, tried every trick to break your silence and make you react. But you didn't move. You didn't explain. You didn't flinch. And that quiet resistance, that ate them alive. Silence is not weakness. It's ammunition. Because every second you didn't speak, you were collecting data, tone, timing, contradictions. You let them build their ego with empty words. You let them think they had the upper hand. And when you finally spoke, you didn't argue. You ended it. One line, one surgical reply, one shift in tone, and they knew it was over. That's why they remember you. Not because you shouted, but because you didn't have to. Imagine a hawk watching from above, not because it's passive, but because it's waiting for the right time to strike. That's you. You don't interrupt chaos. You study it. You let the noise play itself out. Because you know, fools self-destruct when you give them enough room to perform. They thought they were leading the conversation, but every word they spoke was just another clue handed to you. Every joke, every contradiction, every fake, humble brag. You were collecting the blueprint to dismantle them. And they gave it up willingly. And when the truth finally hit, it wasn't loud. It was sharp, precise, cold, and permanent. Let them keep underestimating you. Let them keep thinking that silence is submission. because by the time they realize who you really are, you'll already be gone, and they'll be standing in the wreckage of their own assumptions.
Today we are covering what they didn't teach you in school about smarter ways to save. Let's get started with the Experian app. Can Experian help you save on car insurance? Experian compares options for you, so you could save $800 or more. They'll even notify you if there's a better rate in the future.
Can Experian help me save on the subscriptions I don't need?
Experian can find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, so you could save hundreds per year. Class dismissed.
Reach your impossible with Novo Legion.
Number 4, they can't keep up because you burned the blueprint and built your own. They were comfortable until you arrived. Comfortable inside the little sandbox they were taught to stay in, playing by rules they didn't write, defending limits they didn't question. They thought the game was fixed, that everyone would stay in line, follow the script, obey the invisible walls. Then you showed up. You didn't just step outside the system. You ripped it apart and rewired it. You don't play to win. You play to redefine. And that makes them panic, because once they see you moving differently, solving problems they call impossible, rewriting outcomes that were never on the table, they start realizing just how much of their life was programmed. It's not that they're stupid, it's that they're trapped. Their logic is limited, their thinking is borrowed, and your existence exposes it. Some people follow maps, others make them, and then there's you, the one who breaks through the terrain they swore was solid. You make the impossible look casual. You speak answers no one else considered. You find exits in locked rooms. They chalk it up to luck. But it's not luck. It's vision. It's unteachable clarity. The kind of mental blueprint that isn't downloaded. It's built through pain, through pressure, through thousands of moments where you were forced to figure it out alone while they played safe behind rules. You don't bend to structure. You are the earthquake. Imagine this. They're in a maze they think is life, and you just walked through the wall like it was air. No map, no permission, just pure knowing. And now they're sitting there asking, how did they do that? They don't realize what they call rules were only suggestions to you. Guidelines made by people who couldn't think beyond control. You were never here to follow. You were made to disrupt. And now that your results are proving louder than their opinions, they're glitching. They can't explain you, so they try to reduce you. They say it's luck, arrogance, or manipulation. But deep down, they know you didn't break the rules. You realized they were never real to begin with. Their logic collapses around you. Their structure fails under your shadow. And when all their strategies crumble, guess who they run to? You, the one who warned them, the one they mocked, the one who built a staircase while they argued over the ladder. They don't understand how you keep winning in systems that weren't designed for you, how you succeed in places you weren't even invited into. It's simple. They were taught to obey. You were built to override. You don't look for doors. You carve tunnels. You don't wait for approval. You execute silently. They think they're ahead because they followed the manual, but you're the one who rewrote the technology. Rebels get punished until they build the kingdom. Then they become legends. You didn't come here to prove them wrong. You came here to expose the truth. That life isn't rigid. Reality bends. And the moment you stop treating other people's limits like law, you tap into something they'll never reach. They watched you walk straight through what broke them. They saw you thrive in the mess they collapsed under, and now they're afraid. Because if the game isn't fixed, if the rules aren't real, if success isn't linear, then everything they built their identity on is a lie. That's why they attack you. Not because you're wrong, but because you proved them wrong without even trying. You're not here to fit in. You're here to shake foundations. You don't think outside the box. You turn the box into ash and move on. So let them struggle. Let them talk. Let them follow playbooks written by people who never broke barriers. Because you already know the truth. You don't play their game. You are the glitch in the system. And once you enter, the rules don't stand a chance. Number 5, they don't know why you shake them, but they can't unfeel it. You walk into a room and it shifts, not because you demand attention, not because you try to stand out, but because your presence drags truth to the surface, and truth doesn't need a spotlight, it creates one. Conversations stumble, laughter fades, eyes flicker, the air thickens. People glance, look away, then glance again. Some pretend not to notice, but their body gives them away. That uneasy silence, that awkward pause, that's not coincidence. That's you. You don't speak, yet they feel spoken to. You don't judge, yet they feel exposed. Because your energy doesn't just enter, it dissects. It moves through the room like a current, lighting up everything that's fake, weak, performative. You didn't have to say a word. The room said it for you. Power isn't in the volume, it's in the vibration. And yours? It hits beneath the surface. It doesn't ask for permission. It demands alignment. That's why people either feel drawn to you or repelled by you. There's no in between. You can't explain it, but they feel it. That deep, subconscious jolt that says, this one's different. Imagine standing in front of a mirror that doesn't reflect how you look, but reflects who you really are. That's you. People don't fear you because of what you've done. They fear you because your presence forces them to confront what they've never become. And that kind of confrontation, most people avoid it their entire lives. You don't carry normal charisma, you carry pressure. A quiet, unrelenting pressure that makes people rethink their behavior in real time. They become more cautious, more aware, more honest, because something in them knows this isn't a person you lie to, perform for, or play with. They say energy doesn't lie, and that's why they freeze around you. You're not intense by choice, you're intense by nature. That weight you carry isn't attitude, it's presence, the kind that can't be explained, imitated, or turned off. A lion doesn't roar in every room, it just walks in, and suddenly everyone remembers their prey. That's you, silent. But the effect is felt, not loud, just undeniable. The real ones, they feel safe around you, aligned, understood, because your energy holds space. It doesn't compete, it commands. But the fakes, they twitch, they flinch, they feel the urge to run, because next to you, they feel seen. And exposure is fatal for people who live behind masks. They'll try to rationalize it. Oh, you're intense. You've got a vibe. You just have that look. No, you have presence, and they don't. That's the truth they can't say out loud. And the most poetic part? You didn't ask for any of this. You didn't chase it. You were built like this. And when you carry that kind of inner clarity, the universe responds. It rearranges. The wrong ones disappear. The right ones move closer. And the ones who underestimated you. They feel it in their chest. That discomfort that never leaves after you've walked away. So let them wonder, let them squirm, let them say they don't know why they feel uneasy when you're around, because that's the proof. If they felt nothing, you wouldn't be chosen. Let me know when you're ready for section 6. We keep going until there's nothing left to prove. Number 6. They tried to fool you, but their lies crumbled in the light of your vision. Liars always think they're clever. They practice the tone, rehearse the story, and flash that fake sincerity they've used to fool everyone else. But when they face you, everything collapses because they don't realize they're not talking to just another person. They're talking to someone who feels truth like a pulse. You don't need to expose them. You just need to look at them, and that look alone, it makes the mask fall apart. A liar fears two things: the truth and the one who recognizes it in silence. They can sense it, that your eyes don't move like theirs, that you're not buying the script, that your energy doesn't bend to manipulation. You don't chase explanations. You listen for distortion. You pick up on the delay between words, the tension under the smile, the shift in tone when they try too hard to sound sincere. It's not paranoia, it's pattern recognition. They lie. You detect. They twist. You observe. And that's the end of it. Imagine this, you think, a magician performing tricks for an audience that gasps in awe. But you're not clapping. You're standing in the back, already watching the wires. You see the angles, the sleight of hand, the setup. And when the crowd cheers, you just smirk, because you know where the trick ends and where truth begins. That's what your presence does. It ruins the illusion. They try to manipulate you with emotional bait, pretending to be the victim, weaponizing tears, acting fragile. But you don't bite. You read their motives before they speak them. And when you don't react, they panic. Because manipulators can't survive in the presence of someone who can't be controlled. They call you heartless, but really, you're just immune. Gaslighters especially hate you. They twist the story, trying to make you question your memory, your senses, your reality. But that doesn't work on someone who studies frequencies, not words. You notice the shift in energy when truth leaves the room. You feel the inconsistency in their tone. You sense when something's missing, not because you're guessing, but because your mind refuses to be rewritten. That's why they get frustrated. They call you cold, difficult, paranoid. But what they really mean is, I hate that you can see through me. And the irony, they expose themselves in the process. The more they talk, the more obvious it becomes, because the truth doesn't need to scream. It just waits patiently for lies to exhaust themselves. You've seen it happen too many times. A person lies to protect their ego, not realizing you've already read the real story in their hesitation. A friend betrays your trust, assuming you'll never find out, but you felt the betrayal before it happened. A lover hides an agenda, thinking you're blind, but your intuition caught the shift the moment it entered the room. Some people lie to survive, but when they lie to you, they end themselves. You never call them out immediately. That's what terrifies them most. You just let them keep talking, thinking they've got you fooled, while every word digs their own grave. You don't argue. You don't expose them. You let the truth reveal itself naturally, because it always does. It's not revenge. It's inevitability. They call you too aware. They whisper that you read too deep. But awareness isn't the problem. Their dishonesty is. You're not over-analyzing. You're just awake. And the world hates an awake mind because it breaks the cycle of manipulation that keeps everyone else asleep. So let them lie. Let them spin their web, thinking you're caught. Because when you finally decide to speak, it won't be to defend yourself. It'll be to end the performance. And when you do, it'll be surgical, swift, final. The truth won't need explanation. It'll crush them in silence. They'll never say it out loud, but they know what you are. You're not just the one who sees through deception. You're the one who destroys it by existing. Your presence alone is the collapse of their illusion. Because what's a lie in front of someone who can't be fooled? So they call you intimidating. They say you're hard to read. But the truth is simpler. They've never met anyone who mirrors reality back so cleanly it burns. Lies need darkness. But you are daylight. And when daylight arrives, shadows disappear, not because they want to, but because they have no choice. Number 7. They can count IQ points, but they can't quantify a mind like yours.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that. Your home sweet home just got even sweeter because Hobby Lobby has hundreds of exclusive decor items for every room in your house. Ready to refresh or even redecorate? Shop in store or online at hobbylobby.com.
They sharpen their pencils, polish their resumes, memorize theories, and walk into rooms armed with credentials and applause. They take pride in test scores, quotes, formulas, and then there's you. You walk in quietly and instantly dismantle everything they thought they knew. Not with arrogance, not even with effort, just by being what they're still trying to become. They hate that. You don't chase information. You absorb truth like it was already there, buried in your bones. While they study for years to understand a concept, you see it once and just get it. They think you must be cheating the system. But the reality is worse for them. You are the system they've been trying to understand. That's why they try to box you in, to label you, to define you with categories that make them feel safe. Gifted, intuitive, ahead of your time. But no label sticks because nothing about you is measurable. You don't just have intelligence, you have depth. And that terrifies people who rely on rules to feel superior. Imagine trying to map a galaxy using a yardstick. That's them. That's how they try to measure you. You don't memorize facts. You digest them. You don't echo what's taught. You restructure it. You break it down, build new forms, and hand people truths they didn't even know were missing. They try to test your mind, thinking they'll find a flaw, a weak point, a place where their superiority kicks in. But every test they throw, you flip it, you rewire it, you turn their questions into answers they weren't ready to face. They try to race you on a track you already redesigned in your mind. They're not used to someone who doesn't need process, who doesn't need permission to be brilliant. And when you can do what they struggle to master without trying, they get uncomfortable. They tell themselves you had some advantage, that you must have studied longer, but deep down they know you didn't study more. You were just built different, and that truth eats at them. They want to understand how you do it, how you solve problems before they even appear, how your brain connects dots before others even know there are dots. But the worst part, you don't know how you do it either. You just do. It's not performance. It's not strategy. It's embodiment. You don't learn the way they do. You remember things you've never been taught. And that fact alone breaks everything they believe about intelligence. Because if someone like you exists, someone who knows without being told, then what does that say about the game they've been playing? They test your limits, hoping to find a ceiling. But every time, you leave them with more questions than answers. They measure IQ, qualifications, credentials. But how do you measure vision? How do you quantify a mind that doesn't operate within their timelines, their steps, their logic? They study in chapters. You speak in blueprints, and that's why they'll never catch up. Because you weren't built to compete. You were built to see differently, not better, wider, deeper, clearer. Where they see pieces, you see systems. Where they find confusion, you find rhythm. And while they run equations, you're already reading the outcome. They pretend not to notice, but they always do. That pause in conversation when you casually dismantle a problem they've been stuck on for months, that's not luck. That's your default setting. You're not showing off. You're just existing. And that existence rewrites the rules they swore were universal. So let them keep measuring. Let them keep clinging to systems built to reward memorization. Because the truth, you're not here to fit into their tests. You are the answer they forgot to prepare for. And that's something no ruler, no metric, no grading system can ever define. Because some minds, they break the scale just by walking into the room. Number 8. They can lie to everyone, but you were built to burn through illusions. They walk around with plastic smiles and perfectly practiced scripts, trained handshakes, timed laughter, and it works on almost everyone. They've learned how to control the room, bend narratives, wear masks so convincing that even they forget what's underneath. But then you walk in and everything falls apart. The atmosphere shifts, their confidence stutters. The mask doesn't fit quite right anymore because your presence doesn't see, it reveals. They thought they could play you, pretend, hide behind charm, politeness, shallow flattery. But you were never looking at the surface. You weren't listening to the words. You were watching the frequency, the glitch in their tone, the stiffness in their smile, the second of hesitation before they spoke. That's where the lie lives. And you caught it before they even knew it slipped. A liar can trick a crowd, but they always break under a gaze that doesn't blink. That's what your presence does. It dismantles people, not with force, not with accusations, but with silence that sees too much. You don't need confessions. You don't need evidence. The truth reveals itself the second they step into your field. Imagine this. A mirror that doesn't show someone's face. It shows their soul. That's why people who spend their whole life hiding can't survive that kind of exposure. So they twitch, they stammer, or worse, they hate you for it. They slander you, avoid you, whisper your name with fear disguised as disgust. Not because you've done anything to them, but because you reflect what they've buried. You didn't ask to see this deeply. You didn't go looking for deception. But when your soul is tuned to truth, lies make your skin crawl. Your instincts reject the mask even before your mind can explain why. And once that knowing hits, you don't forget it. You can pretend, you can smile, but deep down, you've already seen them. Some people are afraid of the dark. Others are afraid of being seen in the light. You are the light, and that's why they flinch. And yet, not everyone runs. The real ones, they feel safe with you because they don't have to perform. They drop the act. They breathe deeper. They relax because when you meet someone who sees you, the real you, and doesn't run, that's rare. That's freedom. That's sacred. That's you. But for the ones still pretending, you're dangerous. Your presence is confrontation. You expose people without a word, and that scares them more than being called out, because your silence, it reflects their truth. And they can't lie to a mirror that doesn't crack. You don't need to prove anything. You don't need to argue, fight, or correct. You just exist. And that alone is what tears their illusion apart every single time. Number 9, they chase the throne, but you are the crown. They fight, beg, and scheme for what flows through you naturally. They climb ladders that lead nowhere, brag about titles that mean nothing, project authority with loud voices and fake confidence. But no matter how much they flex, one truth remains unshaken. You never had to fight for power because you were born carrying it. They don't understand it, so they hate it. They think leadership is about shouting the loudest. That presence is built from fear, but fear fades. Respect doesn't. And every time you walk in, you prove it. You speak softly, if at all. And still, the room shifts. Conversations stall. People straighten up. Eyes follow. And not because you demand attention, but because your presence disrupts the hierarchy they thought was secure. You weren't given power. You are the reason the concept of power even exists. They spend years clawing for validation, crafting image, chasing rank, and you show up unbothered, unshaken, untouched, and end up being the one they all look to for direction. It's not charisma, it's not manipulation, it's gravity. You pull truth out of people, you steady chaos, and the room follows you because it feels safe doing so. They try to figure it out. Why do people respect you more? Why do you command presence without asking for it? Why do even the leaders hesitate around you? Simple, their power is borrowed, yours is inborn. They studied influence, you radiate it, they crafted an image. You are the image they couldn't fake, even with a script. Imagine this, they build a sandcastle and name it a kingdom. Meanwhile, you walk in barefoot and the entire beach rearranges around your steps. That's the difference. They work for the illusion of control. You carry undeniable reality. You didn't ask to lead. You just exist in a way that makes others remember what real leadership feels like. And it kills them inside, because no matter how many trophies they win, speeches they give, or promotions they grab, none of it gives them what you already have in your silence. That internal steadiness, that unshakable command, that cold clarity. You don't flinch and you don't chase, you just move. And others move with you. Some wear crowns, others become the reason crowns exist. And you don't even need a throne because your authority isn't symbolic. It's cellular. It's something they can feel the moment they lock eyes with you. Something ancient, something primal, something that can't be copied or killed. That's why they smile too hard, laugh too loud. Overdo the praise. Underneath it all, they're scrambling because your presence makes them feel like imposters in the kingdom they built for show. You didn't steal power. You didn't chase it. You are what they've been chasing and failing to become. So let them perform. Let them posture, project, and pretend. Because while they fake the role, you embody the essence. And that's a level they'll never reach, no matter how high they climb. Number 10, they struggle to learn. You inhale when they break themselves, trying to grasp. They cram, memorize, highlight, rehearse. They drown themselves in books, lectures, and how-to videos, hoping something finally sticks. They treat learning like war, effort, sweat, repetition, and still their minds stumble. Their understanding is surface level, shaky, borrowed. But you breathe knowledge in like oxygen. It fuses with you, becomes part of your wiring. While they memorize words, you feel meanings. While they follow formulas, you see systems. What they break themselves trying to understand, you pick up from a single glance, a quick sentence, a fleeting moment of observation. And that shakes them to their core. You don't study to know. You remember what was already there. They think you've got some secret source, some hidden mentor, some unfair advantage. Because how else do you speak on things you were never taught? How else do you predict outcomes they didn't even see coming? They assume someone told you, but no one did. It's not training, it's alignment. You were tuned to a different frequency since day one, a channel where truth doesn't need to be taught. It just clicks. You don't try to absorb knowledge. It just lands. You don't decode reality. It just opens itself to you. While they study symbols, you speak the language beneath them. You walk into rooms and understand unspoken dynamics. You hear a sentence and know the next 5 steps. You don't have to try. It just happens. And the worst part for them, they can't catch up. Because no matter how much effort they put in, they're still guessing, still reaching, still trying to force what you naturally are. They chase information. You are information in motion. They try to explain your knowing. Must be luck. Maybe you've done this before. Probably had help. But the truth they won't admit is that no amount of repetition will ever give them what you carry in silence. Imagine this, a room of students taking notes furiously while you sit still, absorbing the entire lesson without writing a word. That's how your mind works. You absorb essence, not just content, and that terrifies them, because it breaks the illusion that wisdom must be earned, that insight requires pain, that clarity is reserved for the educated. You didn't need the map. You were born with the coordinates etched in your soul. And every time you speak, every time you understand what others overlook, the gap widens. They realize they're studying the shadows of what you already embody. They watch you closely now, track how you speak, mimic your tone, copy your language, break down your sentences like they're decoding a spell. But what they don't realize is that they're looking at the result, not the source. You are the source. And sources can't be copied. That's why they come to you again and again, not for facts, not for advice, but for truth. Because even if they resent you, even if they mock you behind your back, they trust you more than they trust their own teachers. Because they've seen it too many times. You speak and life confirms it. You warn them and the storm hits. You point out the pattern and it unfolds exactly as you said. It's not magic. It's not luck. It's what happens when a mind is tuned to reality itself. You're not just intelligent, you're inevitable. And that's why they'll never stop watching you. They're not trying to learn from you. They're trying to figure out how you exist. And the answer? You don't chase knowledge. You are the moment knowledge becomes self-aware. And now you see it clearly. They never stood a chance. While they scramble to catch up, explain you, define you, you've already moved beyond their reach. You don't chase validation, power, or understanding. You embody it. Let them study the surface. You are the depth they'll never touch. If this message lit something inside you, like this video, subscribe to the channel and drop 77 in the comments to claim your wisdom out loud. And don't keep this power to yourself. Share it. Let others feel what real truth sounds like. You're not done. You're just getting started.
What's wrong with these burger buns? They taste perfectly delicious, but due to a production mishap, their bottoms are slightly curved instead of flat. Traditional grocery stores wouldn't sell these in perfect brioche buns, but Misfits Market can. Unlike traditional grocery stores, we can buy up high-quality products that have minor production mishaps at a discounted price and pass those savings to you. About 78 million tons of food goes to waste in the U.S. every year, including items with slight cosmetic imperfections. You can shop these brioche buns and other high-quality Misfit and excess groceries at Misfits Market, the online grocery store with a mission to fight food waste. We work with farmers and producers to rescue food and offer them to you at a big discount. Sign up today to get fresh, high-quality groceries delivered right to your door.
When the world gave them setbacks, science gave them bounce backs. And when your vet delivered life-altering news, science delivered life-changing nutrition. Bell's Prescription Diet. Science did that.
Power. Our species has evolved to harness the power of nature and transform it into electricity in various different ways. Once produced, we're able to transport this energy across vast distances with enormous efficiency and control, and then put it to work in the form of lighting, electronics, and more literally put it to work in the form of motors.
The electric motor revolutionized and simplified a lot of what we do, and it made us much more productive as a society.
In this second chapter of our Electrical Fundamentals series, we'll take a deep dive into motors and motor controls and how everything works. But to do this, we first have to understand how energy is produced and transmitted in the first place. And for that, we have to go way back to a time when electricity was merely an experiment. The invention of the battery in 1799 was truly a big deal. It encouraged scientists to consistently experiment with electricity, and the innovative discoveries just kept on coming. Over time, we begin to understand that electricity and magnetism are closely related. And one guy that really liked magnets was Michael Faraday. I mean, just look at this picture. He could have stood there with his wife or dog or anything else, but no, a magnet. That's what he chose. Now, I'm no Faraday, okay? Not even close, but I do have a magnet, a pretty strong one too. This one's made up of a bunch of smaller permanent magnets. And we're going to use it to demonstrate one of Faraday's most famous discoveries. We're also going to need a galvanometer, which is a lot like an ammeter, but is tuned to be more sensitive to measure smaller amounts of current. And finally, we're going to need some magnet wire, which is a lot like regular wire, except that the insulation layer is so thin that you can hardly even see it. And it takes up very little room, which can be very convenient. Let's loop the wire around a bunch, say 25 times. Now, if I move the magnet through this loop, we can measure some current. This is called electromagnetic induction, as we've induced an electric current into the wire using magnetism. The magnetic field from this magnet is quite literally generating electricity by pushing and pulling the electrons in the coil. And you can see that the current goes in both directions as I move the magnet back and forth. But if I leave the magnet stationary, the current goes to zero. So a magnetic field on its own is not enough to induce a current. We need a changing magnetic field, and the way we do it here is by moving the magnet. The faster we move it, the more voltage we can generate, and thus the more current the galvanometer reads. So what if instead of 25 loops in the wire, we try 100? In theory, we should see 4 times as much voltage created. All of these rules go into Faraday's law of induction, stating that the induced voltage is a function of the number of loops in the coil and the changing magnetic flux over a period of time. So I just explained every variable in this equation, but then why do we have this negative sign? This is Lenz's law at work, and it means that as the current is induced into the conductor, the direction of flow through the conductor will be such that there will be a magnetic field induced which opposes the original change in magnetic flux. In simple terms, as I push or pull the magnet through the coil, it pushes or pulls back in the opposite direction. To better demonstrate this, I'll use this magnet and a piece of copper tubing. You can see that this magnet isn't at all attracted to the copper, right? It doesn't stick or pull towards it. But if I drop the magnet inside the tube, watch what happens. The magnet falls through the tube really slowly. As a control, I also drop this socket, which is about the same size and mass, and you can see how much slower the magnet falls. So what's going on here? As the magnetic fields from the magnet pass through the pipe, they induce currents in the pipe. These electric currents create their own magnetic fields, which, according to Lenz's law, must oppose the perceived changing magnetic field of the magnet itself. So the magnet sort of levitates, but in the end, gravity wins, so it does fall down, albeit very slowly. So in the end, what all of this means is that we don't get anything for free. In order to generate electricity using induction, we have to put in work. And that keeps us away from things like perpetual motion machines, which exist in some other reality that we don't live in. But induction was still an amazing alternative, especially compared to using chemistry, like in batteries, to generate electricity. However, this technology was in its infancy, and the question was, how do you turn this into something practical? It took somebody really smart to figure out that maybe instead of using a linear design like what I'm showing here, we could simplify everything by using a rotating design. And that person was Hippolyte Pixii. Actually, let's Google this.
Hippolyte Pixii.
Wow, thanks, Internet. We'll just go with Mr. Pixii. What he created was dubbed the magnetoelectric machine. A crank turned a strong horseshoe magnet in circles, and these magnets would interact with not one, but two coils of wire. Since the magnet wasn't going inside the coil like in Faraday's experiment, Mr. Pixii placed an iron core inside both coils, which helps direct the magnetic fields of the magnet into the windings of the coil, helping induce the electricity. So I made this little mock-up to show something like this in practice. And to keep things simple, let's start out with just one coil. As I turn the magnet, you can see that some current is induced, and the current seems to be switching directions. To better analyze what's going on, I'll use this oscilloscope. This is a tool used to visualize voltage or current. You can see that there are distinct peaks of current above and below our reference line of 0 volts. Meaning the voltage and current alternate from a positive peak to a negative peak back and forth. This is called alternating current, or AC, where the electrons alternate directions every time a different pole from the magnet induces a current into the coil. So you might be wondering, how is this kind of current useful? And scientists back in Mr. Pixii's day thought the same. They were used to the nice, steady, direct current provided by batteries, and they had a hard time initially understanding how a current that switched directions could be useful. So they thought, this device is a great idea, but let's try to make the current more like direct current. Pixii went back to his generator and fabricated an ingenious mechanical device that would flip the AC signal and turn it into a sort of pulsing DC signal like this. This mechanism is called a commutator, and although designs vary, they all take an alternating current input and through the use of brushes, carry electricity through an index spinning device that flips the electric current at specific intervals, converting it to some sort of direct current. It's kind of amazing that Mr. Pixii figured this out, but also kind of sad that he had to, because it took us 50 years to realize that we were just better off sticking with the alternating current in the first place. The reasons why start right here at this commutator. This is a complicated mechanism and it wears out. In particular, these brushes which ride on the commutating segments are prone to wear. And when you look at the rest of the device, it's virtually bulletproof. So if we just remove this commutator entirely, we have an extremely reliable design. While many improvements have been made, this design is the basis for all modern AC generators, big and small. Any generator's job is to convert rotational motion into electricity. This rotational motion is easy to see directly in something like a windmill, but it's more common than you might think. A nuclear power station, for example, is designed to just generate heat, which is used to create steam, and this steam is used to spin a turbine, which spins the shaft of a generator. A hydroelectric plant uses the kinetic energy of water to ultimately spin the shaft of a generator. With the exception of solar power, every large-scale power generating system results in the use of a generator. Every generator has a rotating element called the rotor and a stationary element called the stator. In this example, we used a permanent magnet rotor, and the electricity was induced from the magnet to the windings of the stator. But it doesn't have to be like this. We could make the stator out of magnets and induce a current into the windings of the rotor, with some added complexity in the fact that we now have to conduct this electricity out of a spinning device using something like slip rings. There's also no reason that we have to use permanent magnets anywhere. We could use only electromagnets instead, and a lot of modern generators do this, They generally just use the best design for their application. In any case, as the rotor spins, the current generated follows a very specific shape called a sinusoidal wave, and although it looks complex, it's simply a result of the spinning motion of the rotor and its relation to the stator. So starting at 0 degrees, one rotation of the magnet results in one cycle, which includes a positive and negative peak. Notice that the peaks occur when the magnet is closest to the stator windings. Now, this wave tells us a couple things. The height of the waves indicate the amplitude, or how much voltage or current is generated. And how quickly the cycles occur is referred to as frequency. In the United States, the frequency at which alternating current is generated and transmitted is 60 hertz, or 60 cycles per second. So it's very quick. So here's a fun fact. In the United States, television is broadcast at 30 frames per second. That's 30 images every second, which makes it look like moving video. Why 30 though? Well, if you think about it, our electricity is delivered at 60 hertz, 60 cycles per second. And we have to synchronize the images in the video to something. So we're doing one image every 2 cycles. Now, other parts of the world, like Europe, they deliver electricity at 50 hertz. And so their frame rate for television is 25 frames per second. So there's an interesting example, at least to me, of how electrical frequency can have an effect that you may not have thought about. Looking back at this generator, there's a bunch of empty space that's not used. So if we add a couple more coils, we could extract more power. Since the rotor interacts with each one of these windings at slightly different times, the waves of current would be offset from one another. If we overlay them together, we could say that they're offset or out of phase 120 degrees. Which makes sense, right? If one full rotation is 360 degrees, each of these 3 windings is 120 degrees apart. This quickly illustrates the difference between single-phase power and multi-phase, in this case, 3-phase power. Almost all power stations generate 3-phase power. So now let's figure out how we get this electricity from the power station to your home. Every useful electrical device requires a certain amount of electrical current to operate properly. Most of your household devices use 120 volts AC and are designed for the right amount of current to flow through them at that voltage. So it wouldn't be illogical to assume that the power plant feeding your house just generates 120 volts AC and carries it to your house exactly in that way. But there is a better way of doing this. It's only possible with alternating current, and it starts, again, with Michael Faraday. While Faraday was experimenting with coils and magnetism, he stumbled across this design. He started with a metal ring and wound some wire around one side of it. He knew that if he passed current through this wire, he could induce a magnetic field onto the metal ring, creating an electromagnet. This was already established at the time, so it's nothing new. But almost on accident, he took another wire and wrapped it around the other side, and he noticed that if he could get the magnetic field in the ring to change, it would induce a current onto the secondary winding. This phenomenon is called mutual induction, as the primary winding induces a magnetic field into the ring, and this magnetic field in turn induces a current into the secondary winding. And once again, you might be thinking, how is this even useful? Faraday realized that if he changed the ratio of turns in the primary windings compared to the secondary windings, he could increase or decrease the voltage output, making this the world's first transformer. The doorbell in your house uses a transformer. Here I took one apart, and you can see that it looks a little bit different, but we still have 2 separate windings sharing an iron core. Let's see what happens when we pass direct current through this transformer. We seem to only be getting current flowing out of the transformer briefly when we close or open the switch. Since DC is a steady voltage, when we first apply power, the magnetic field builds up in the iron core. This takes a little bit of time, during which some current is induced into the secondary windings. But once the magnetic field stabilizes, there's no longer a change in the magnetic field across the secondary winding, and according to Faraday's own law of induction, that means there's also no voltage induced into the winding anymore. This is just like when we had a magnet stationary in the coils. It doesn't move the electrons. It doesn't create a current. Then when we turn the current off, the magnetic field collapses, and again, we're inducing a current for a short amount of time. So now let's hook up this transformer to 120 volts AC, and aha, we're now continuously inducing current through the transformer. And we can see that this is a step-down transformer. There are more turns in the primary or input winding compared to the output or secondary winding, which results in a lower voltage output. AC works really well with transformers because the current into it is always changing, which means the magnetic field is constantly changing with it, inducing voltage into the secondary winding. The input and output signals will be identical in frequency, but the amplitude of the wave or voltage will be different depending on the ratio of turns between the two windings. As we saw with Lenz's law, though, we don't get anything for free, so you can't just increase the voltage and expect to maintain the same current capacity. There's always a trade-off, so as we increase voltage, current decreases and vice versa. We can then say that the power across the transformer is always constant minus any loss to heat or noise. By using a transformer, we can easily transform AC electricity into higher or lower voltages, which takes us back to power transmission and why AC is king. Right at the power station, right after the generator, we can step up these voltages to very high levels, like 200 kilovolts or even higher. Because the voltage is so high, it means that the required current to transmit a set amount of power decreases, which means you can transmit all this power using relatively small power lines. This isn't only more economical upfront as the infrastructure is cheaper, but the smaller currents also suffer from reduced heat losses. Think about it, we don't want to be pushing a bunch of current miles and miles and miles just to waste it into heat. Once the power reaches its destination, it's then stepped down to a lower voltage and used as needed. This is great. The advantage of this system is tremendous. If a building was using, say, 200 amps at 120 volts, the current flowing in the lines carrying the electricity over miles would only be a fraction of that. This design just makes sense. So let's have a quick look at how all of this integrates together. If we take a three-phase generator, you can see that to transmit each phase separately, we could use 6 wires, or 2 per phase, and this would keep each phase isolated nice and neat. But if you drive around and start paying attention to the wires across your city or town, chances are you're going to find that they come in sets of 3 or 4. Why is this? Well, 6 wires is a lot, and it turns out you can connect the windings of a 3-phase generator together like this using 3 wires, or like this using 4. These configurations are called delta wound and Y wound. Delta and Y each have pros and cons, but compared to the 6-wire system, they both cost less as they require fewer wires. After stepping the voltages up, we can now transmit the power through really large distances using high voltage lines to something like a residential area. We get the 3 phases of power, and by this point, they may have already been stepped down to something like, 7,200 volts. For a house, we would just take one of these phases and use a step-down transformer to bring the voltage down to 240 volts. So how do we get down to 120 volts? It's actually pretty simple. We take a conductor and tap into the center of the transformer. Now, if we connect from this point to this point, which is line to neutral, we get 120 volts. If we connect from this point to this point, line to line, we get the full 240 volts. This is what's called a multi-tap transformer. We're basically choosing to bypass half the transformer when using this neutral point. Then the 3 wires go to your electrical panel and the voltage is used accordingly. A dryer or furnace may connect line to line, utilizing the full 240 volts, while most other outlets and appliances connect to neutral at 120. Things do get a little trickier when it comes to 3-phase for commercial applications, as we're dealing with essentially 3 transformers, 1 for each phase. We definitely won't get into all the details, but just like generators, transformers can be wired in Y or delta configurations, resulting in a plethora of possible voltages going into commercial buildings. For example, in a 3-phase Y transformer, we could measure the voltage from line to neutral, and we may see 120 volts. This would be just across one phase, but if we measure the voltage from line to line, we would see 208 volts. Remember, with 3-phase electricity, there's an overlap in the phases, so the voltage across two faces will be higher. But why 208 volts? Well, there's some trigonometry involved here, but the rule is you can multiply the single phase voltage by the square root of 3 to get the line-to-line voltage. In this commercial application, there'd be 4 wires going into the building, and you can again choose to connect your appliances line-to-line or line-to-neutral. Or you could use all 3 phases, which we'll see in the next chapter. Okay, so let's switch gears just a little bit. I've got this little light bulb, and it works just fine with 3.8 volts of direct current. So now I'll hook it up to 3.8 volts of alternating current and watch what happens. See the difference? I'll show you both side by side. There is no difference. Resistive loads like this light don't really care about what kind of current they're receiving. And you might think, how come they're just as bright at the same voltage if DC is steady at 3.8 volts and AC is constantly going up and down? Well, even though my meter says this AC voltage is 3.8 volts, it's not measuring the full peaks. Instead, it's measuring what's called the root mean square AC voltage, or RMS. If we look at the scope at this 3.8 volts RMS, we can measure what the full peaks of the sine wave actually are, and you can see that they're about 5.4 volts. Likewise, if we look at a 120 volt signal right out of the wall, we can also see that the peaks are not 120 volts. They're about 170 volts. You could use this formula or simply multiply the peaks by 0.707 to obtain the RMS. Okay, but why not just measure from the peaks? We measure AC in RMS because that's equal to the value of the constant direct current that would produce the same power dissipation in a resistive load. This is why the brightness of the light matched when we used the same DC and RMS AC voltage. So RMS simply allows us to more easily match the two types of current. But while AC versus DC is a wash as far as resistive loads go, it's now time to explore how AC interacts with motors, which consume more power around the world than any other device.
Things align pretty well that we generate power with a rotating device, we transmit that power through power lines, and then we feed that directly into another rotating device such as an electric motor. So the whole system becomes very efficient because we're using the basis of a rotating device for generation and for consumption.
Take a look at this generator. As I spin the crank, it converts my input into electricity and lights up the bulb. But now if I hook this up to a battery, it turns. So now this device is operating as a motor. In essence, the two are one and the same. So keeping in mind our basic generator design from earlier, let's build a motor. We'll start with the rotor using a magnet with a simple north and south pole. I've made it so this rotor can spin freely, so now we have to figure out how to make it spin with electricity. We already have a magnetic field in the rotor, so if we take a magnet and move it around, we have a human-powered version of a spinning magnetic field. Now, maybe instead of moving one magnet around, I could take 3 magnets and bring them close to the rotor in sequence, simulating a kind of spinning magnetic field. Now we're getting closer to how a motor actually works, sort of. Instead of permanent magnets, what if we use electromagnets for the spinning magnetic field? Now, if we energize the coil with some direct current, the electromagnet will create its own magnetic field, attracting one of the poles of the rotor. Looks like in this case it's attracting the north pole. And just to demonstrate, if I flip the wires and flow current in the opposite direction, the electromagnet will flip its polarity and now attract the south pole of the rotor every time. Okay, now let's add a couple more electromagnets, giving us 3 circuits that can be separately energized. So if I touch the positive terminal of this DC source to our first electromagnet, the north pole of the rotor is attracted to it. And as I keep energizing different electromagnets, we can simulate a spinning magnetic field, causing the rotor to rotate. This is really hard to time by hand and honestly a bit frustrating. So for the final step in creating this motor, how do we automate this process? Well, what if instead of using DC, we just hook up each electromagnet to one phase of 3-phase AC power? Since each phase is offset by 120 degrees, this means that each electromagnet should energize at a different time, and we should get an automated spinning magnetic field as a result. Let's try turning it on. Here we go. How cool is this? What I'm showing here is the most basic rendition of a permanent magnet 3-phase AC motor. We can label this motor as a synchronous motor, as the rotor perfectly follows the magnetic field created by the stator. If you think about it, this system is so efficient. The electricity comes out of the rotating generator in its natural state as sine waves, and it's fed into the rotating motor in the same exact form. It just works in such a simple way. You can see that in this motor I have 1 pole per phase, but it's much smarter to at least have 2 poles per phase and wind them in opposite directions. That way we can fully interact with the rotor and force it to turn from both sides. Now we have something close to what you'd see in real life. But when motors first started to emerge back in the mid-1800s, they didn't look too much like this at all. Remember, back then, scientists and inventors were set on sticking with direct current, so DC motors began to evolve. Here's a modern DC motor, like what you'd find inside a toy car. And the thing is, honestly, this design hasn't changed much over the centuries. The working principle still consists of the interaction between a stationary magnetic field and a spinning magnetic field, except this time the spinning field is within the rotor, which causes a rotation as the 2 fields try to stay aligned. In order to cause this spinning field using DC current, true DC motors require a commutator which will energize the rotor at the right time in the right direction.
DC motors have some extra components inside of them, commutators, brushes. Anytime you add extra components inside of a device, they're more prone to fail and more prone to wear out. There's something very simplistic about an AC motor that's very useful and beneficial in the industry.
While DC power systems and motors were already showing weaknesses, it was this next invention that really put the last nail in the coffin for large-scale DC. In 1887, Nikola Tesla first filed a patent for a motor design that would really change the world: the induction motor. An induction motor uses an electromagnetic stator with 3 faces to generate a rotating magnetic field, just like the permanent magnet motor. But the big difference is in the rotor. Imagine a rotor with just 1 loop of wire. From everything we learned about induction, we know that if this loop is exposed to a changing magnetic field, a current will be induced in it. We also know from Lenz's law that this current will generate an opposing magnetic field, and this will in turn cause a force or torque on the loop, which will cause it to turn. In practice, we use many loops of wire in the rotor, with iron laminations in between to concentrate the magnetic field, a configuration often referred to as a squirrel cage design. So while we're here, I'll raise the question: how fast does a rotor turn in comparison to the rotating magnetic field of the stator? Well, imagine if it spun just as fast. Then the loops in the rotor would not be exposed to a changing magnetic field, right? They would just be in sync. Then there would be no current induced into the loop and no magnetic field produced in the rotor, and thus no force to keep the rotor turning. So for an induction motor to operate, the rotor always spins slower than the stator's rotating magnetic field. And this difference is called slip. Slip is what defines induction motors as asynchronous, as the rotating magnetic field and the rotor spin at different rates. Today, induction motors make up an estimated 90% of the share of motors worldwide. From industrial applications to what powers your AC at home, they all share the same design, with one exception. The power to your house is only single phase, and this presents a bit of a challenge. How do we get a single phase motor started? To illustrate the problem, let's take a single phase motor with 2 poles sharing a phase. If we feed alternating current to these poles, they will just flip back and forth, and this doesn't really create a rotating magnetic field. So the rotor will be stuck, just sort of shaking around. The most common way to overcome this is by introducing a new component to us, the capacitor.
A capacitor is an energy storage component. It's basically 2 metal plates separated by a gap, and it stores potential energy.
For a visual reference of how capacitor works, let's talk about inflating a car tire. And we'll focus on 2 things mainly: the flow of air into the tire and the pressure as it builds up inside the tire. When we first start putting pressure into a tire, the air flows easily into it. But the pressure inside the tire at the very beginning is basically 0 psi above ambient pressure. As we continue pumping air into the tire, its pressure starts to rise. And as the pressure inside the tire approaches the source pressure provided by the compressor, the air flows into the tire slower and slower. Eventually, if we keep inflating, the tire will reach the same pressure as what's provided by the compressor and no more air will flow. So at this point, the tire pressure is the highest, but there's no more flow of air. You can then see that the pressure inside the tire and the airflow into the tire don't really match up over time. Something very similar to this happens in a capacitor. If we take a capacitor in its discharged state, there will be no voltage across it. As soon as we apply a charge to it, the electrons will initially flow easily in the circuit. Notice that the electrons don't flow through the capacitor, just in or out of it. And at this point, they start to accumulate on the plate connected to the negative side of the battery. On the other side, the electrons from the plate are making their way to the battery. As this keeps happening, the two plates of the capacitor are starting to develop a voltage differential due to the difference in charges. But as this voltage nears the voltage of the battery, the flow of electrons in the circuit slows down. And once the capacitor does reach the voltage of the battery, the flow completely stops. So just like with a tire, in a capacitor, the two variables, in this case voltage and current, don't exactly match over time. Now, when we place a capacitor in an AC circuit, the capacitor charges and discharges constantly as the electricity switches direction. But the result is that the voltage across the capacitor doesn't ever match the current across it. There's a lag or phase shift of about 90 degrees. And the cool thing is we can use this to our advantage to help start a motor by simply adding another pair of poles and connecting a capacitor in series with these poles. Now these extra windings or start windings will energize with a phase shift of 90 degrees in relation to our run windings, which will give us a rotating magnetic field that will actually cause the motor to turn. One common misconception is that the start capacitor just provides a boost of extra current to the windings. But its usefulness is more in the fact that the buildup and storage of energy provides the needed delay in phase to create a rotating magnetic field. While some motors keep the start windings on permanently, others turn the circuit off once the motor reaches a certain speed, and the motor will have enough inertia to run just using the run windings. And some motors even use separate run and start capacitors to achieve the most robust and efficient design for starting and running a single phase. So with all this added complexity, we have to remember that three-phase motors don't need any of this.
Actually, the funny thing is a lot of people think they want single-phase motors. It's a pretty common request when in all reality, they're much better off with a three-phase motor in terms of reliability, power delivery, and stability of that unit. It's a self-starting motor. There doesn't need any auxiliary components to get that motor moving, and in general have a much higher torque, max torque, that's compared to its single-phase counterparts.
So what is torque, really? You can think of a pickle jar. When you go to open it, the amount of force required to turn the lid, or torque, can be high or low. We can quantify this. If the force is applied an inch away from the center of the lid, we could measure it in pounds of force per inch, or inch-pounds. Now, if you need more force, like when you're dealing with the lug nuts in your car, you'd probably want to get some more leverage, and thus, if you're, say, a foot away from the center, the amount of force in pounds can be expressed in foot-pounds.
Your power output is a function of torque and RPM. So it's very critical to know the torque characteristic of a motor. When you look at a torque curve of a motor, it's not linear. It doesn't increase torque as your speed goes up. You have to know, and you have to be aware of those torque curves and how much output you're going to be able to get on what you're trying to drive.
Different motor designs develop different speeds and torques for different applications. If we compare the motor to a pickle jar, we could say that the rotor is just like the lid, and the rotating magnetic field is producing a torque on the lid. Making the rotor larger will result in more leverage on the rotor, producing more torque. Motor designs where the rotor is external to the stator, like this one, really take advantage of this characteristic. Now, going from a single-phase motor to a three-phase motor, we're adding more energy density to turn the rotor and thus producing more torque. This is visually evident when you look at the sine waves. The electricity is much more constant as there's always a phase providing peak or near peak power. Another way to increase torque is to add more poles. This design I've been showing all along has 2 poles, and that is 2 poles per phase. Poles always go in pairs, so let's step up to a 4-pole motor. When powered, you can see the rotating magnetic fields produced by the 3 faces in these 2 motors. And straight away, you can see that the 2-pole motor rotates faster than the 4-pole motor. In fact, it's twice as fast. However, the 4-pole motor will create a whole nother rotating magnetic field since it has twice as many electromagnets. So there will be, in theory, twice as much torque to spin the rotor. As we keep increasing the number of poles, the speed of the motor always decreases while the torque increases. Finally, there's a pretty common way to increase the torque output of a motor externally using some kind of mechanical reduction. In the HVAC industry, this is most commonly done with belts and pulleys.
So when you're looking at direct drive versus belt drive applications, a belt drive motor is going to run at a fixed speed, usually maximum speed, and then it's going to generate a specific torque at that maximum speed, and usually a very good area in the torque curve. So you take that output onto a pulley, and you're using a belt to transfer that energy to another pulley, which drives a fan wheel. So the benefit of belt drive systems is you can maximize that torque output for every horsepower rating. When you move that same motor over to a direct drive application, you're going to be directly limited by the torque curve of that motor.
Imagine you have a load that you want to spin at 1,000 RPM. And at this speed, it requires 200 inch-pounds of torque to rotate. With a belt drive motor, you may be able to get away with a 5 horsepower motor, which spins at 1,200 RPM, and at this speed produces 170 inch-pounds of torque. Using a 1.2 to 1 reduction, the motor can run at full speed and utilize almost all of its full rated horsepower while delivering the torque needed. But if we try to use this same motor in a direct drive configuration, we'd see that at 1,000 RPM, the motor doesn't produce the torque required. In this scenario, you may consider switching to a motor with more poles, which would have more torque, but if we go to more poles, then the speed may not be high enough. So it's not that uncommon to have to specify a higher horsepower motor, like a 7.5 horse in this case, which would provide sufficient torque at the desired speed. You'd only be using about 5 horsepower of the 7.5 horsepower motor. And this may seem like a waste, but the advantages of direct drive far outweigh this negative.
The benefit of direct drive is longevity and maintenance. You don't have belts to replace with direct drive units, and you don't have the complexity of belt wear and those pulley arrangements to deal with. Can you imagine a modern electric vehicle with a belt-driven wheel? It wouldn't make any sense at all. If you think about the HVAC industry, most of the HVAC units produced still today rely on belts and pulleys. I don't know how we're still in this like little box, you know?
Despite slow implementation, direct drive technology is definitely on the rise. And the key to making it all work is in how we control these motors to extract the maximum efficiency and longevity in the smartest possible way.
Controlling the speed of a motor may seem somewhat simple and very obvious, but there's a lot of other benefits. For example, when you first start a motor, that's where most of the power spike comes from. So by allowing us to soft start motors, it allows us to reduce that demand energy on a motor. Also, changing motor speeds has tons of applications in our industry. The most basic being the speed of a wheel, a fan wheel, is directly proportional to its airflow. So by adjusting fan speed or motor speed, we're able to modulate that airflow to exactly what we want. And that goes well beyond fans as well. Motors connected to pumps or compressors can control water flow precisely, can control refrigeration systems more precisely. So we're in a very steep curve right now of adaptation to direct drive technology because of the way we control the speeds of those motors, which gives us a lot more flexibility in what we do.
Before modern controls took over, we had some very rudimentary ways of controlling motor speeds. First of all, we could use belt drives, but I won't even go there anymore. The other way we had was using a power resistor, basically a rheostat in series with the motor. In this way, the resistor takes up some of the voltage, and the motor therefore sees less voltage. This is inefficient though for a couple of reasons. First of all, the voltage taken up by the resistor is wasted as heat, but also since we're not changing the frequency at which the magnetic field is rotating in the motor, just the strength of it, what causes the motor to slow down is actually an increase in slip of the rotor. This creates even more waste heat, so it's just not a very good way of controlling speed. To efficiently control the speed of a motor, we have to be able to control the frequency input into that motor. And that's exactly what we do with variable frequency drives, or VFDs.
So what's coming into a VFD is a normal AC power signal. So you have single phase or three phase coming in, and that can be any voltage. It could be 120, 240, 480, 600 volts. And the output is a simulated AC signal using DC to do that. So you may think I'm crazy when I say that, but it's a bunch of square waves designed to create an AC waveform. So where an AC waveform is perfectly smooth, the output of a VFD is very jagged.
The beauty of using a VFD is that this output can be controlled very precisely to change both the frequency the motor is receiving, as well as the perceived voltage and current. So how does a VFD do all of this? Basically, there are two main functions performed by a VFD. The first one is to take the AC input power and smooth it out, converting it into a DC signal. This process is called rectification. Then the VFD will take the DC signal and based on some control input, it will invert the signal or make it switch from one direction to another to replicate an AC signal as close as possible. Let's get into how these two steps work. To convert an AC signal into DC, rectifiers use a component called a diode. You can think of a diode as a sort of check valve. It only allows current to flow in one direction, indicated by this stripe here. So if we hook up a diode to AC current, only half of the current will get through, and the output signal would look like this. We're basically throwing away half the signal. But there is a way to avoid this. We can arrange 4 diodes in this configuration called a full wave bridge rectifier. Now, if we follow the current through the circuit, there will always be a path for the current to flow, and the output signal will be a sort of pulsating DC signal. I love how this circuit works, as it just makes sense, and I built one just for fun. You can see the output signal here. Anyway, this pulsating DC is okay, but how do we get a nice, steady DC out of this? In other words, how do we flatten out this signal? We use a capacitor in parallel. Remember how capacitors can cause time delays as they fill up with electrons? Well, in this case, this time delay will cause current to flow out of the capacitor when the wave is on its way down, which will help smooth out the DC current. So circuit designers often use multiple capacitors and even inductors as filters to manipulate this signal until the output is smooth, or at least as smooth as needed. So now that we have a rectified DC signal, how do we invert it to drive the motor? The most crucial component of any inverter is the transistor. Transistors work just like relays in that they're just a switch controlled by another circuit. But unlike relays, they have no moving parts, meaning they're a solid-state component, just like a diode. In the next video, we'll explain how solid-state devices work in more detail, but for today, let's just place a transistor in the circuit. Now we essentially have a switch in series, and what drives the switch is this bottom leg of the transistor. If we provide power to this leg, the switch will close, allowing current to flow. And the thing is, the amount of current and voltage needed to signal the transistor can be much, much smaller than the current and voltage it is in turn controlling, especially if using transistors specifically designed for this application, such as IGBTs. Now we can have a low voltage signal coming out of a microprocessor, which in turn controls our 120 volt or even higher output. So say we wanted to replicate just one side of a sine wave. We could do that with this circuit by sending short pulses which allow for voltage to be applied at specific intervals. Having control of the duration of these pulses as well as the spacing between them is called pulse width modulation, or PWM. And this modulation is happening constantly inside VFDs. If we add more transistors and create a more complex circuit like this, we can also drive this voltage in alternating directions. Now we're starting to match a true AC wave. As you can see though, The voltage output doesn't really look much like a sine wave, but if you take the averages of this signal to the motor, it kind of does act like a sine wave. This is way more evident when we look at the current flow. It's a much smoother curve. So this is what an inverter does. It takes a DC signal and with it mimics a simulated AC output. Let's take a look at this in action.
Right here we have an example of what this VFD output looks like at 60 hertz, feeding one leg of this three-phase induction motor. And as we start to drop this frequency, you'll notice a change in the duration of that signal. Moving in from looking at this as one full waveform to looking into a little bit of the specifics, as we zoom into this waveform and start to analyze the way it looks, you'll notice it's made of a bunch of peaks rather than a continuous rise and fall of a sine wave. Each of these peaks is made up to replicate as closely as possible to that sine wave as it can. Right here we have an example of what these pulses look like at 60 hertz. And as we start to turn this motor down and the frequency decreases, the width and duration of these pulses will also decrease as the motor is turning more slowly and does not need to produce as much work to achieve its result.
Every signal coming out of a VFD has a spike to it, and those spikes can be very damaging to windings and motors. So for example, 480 volt motor, you can see 1200 to 1500 volts peak on those windings. So the motor companies had to play catch up somewhat to make their products compatible with VFDs. The AC induction motor, they have come a long way, but they're not 100% tuned for VFDs. They do use different windings and better winding materials to be more compatible with VFDs, but it's still a hodgepodge mixture. You pick a VFD off the shelf here, and you use a motor off the shelf here, and you put them together. We're looking forward in the future, electronically commutated motors, for example, are combining those two together into a single package, which allows motor manufacturers to tune both of those devices to get a better output. And it also eliminates the complexity of having two different components and the wiring between those components. So it simplifies things. Long term, it will lower costs and improve efficiency of those systems.
Electronically commutated motors, or EC motors, have already started getting traction, especially in the HVAC industry. In an EC motor, the integrated controller does something very similar to a VFD, taking an AC signal, rectifying and inverting it at the required frequency and voltage using pulse width modulation. This output signal is very specifically designed to play well with a motor housed in the EC, in most cases a brushless DC motor. Brushless DC motors use a permanent magnet rotor coupled with a three-phase stator. In all honesty, brushless DC motors share more in common with permanent magnet AC motors like the one we built than they do with traditional DC motors. What matters though is they're inherently efficient, as are all permanent magnet motors. There's no energy requirement to induce a magnetic field in a rotor. It's already there all the time. The pairing of this efficient design with tailored electronics all in one package results in efficiency and control that's just unmatched by any off-the-shelf VFD and induction motor.
Motors being such a key element in what we do, there's a lot of room to grow there, and there's a lot of room to make things more efficient with better motors.
The recent development of EC motors is the attempt to recreate a motor that is designed to not run at 100% speed or a fixed speed. It's designed to maintain that efficiency across a range of speeds in different applications, and one of those applications being HVAC.
In the next video in this series, we'll delve into how solid-state devices really work and the fundamentals driving computer logic at a hardware and software level, which ultimately leads to better building automation, controls, as we saw in this video, and even things like artificial intelligence. It's about to get even more interesting, so stay tuned and thanks for watching. We really do appreciate having you. Psychometrics. Wait, no, that's not right. Psychrometrics is the study of the properties and processes of moist air, or air that is a mixture of water vapor and dry air. In other words, this is the air we interact with every day. You may not realize it, but all air has some water in it. Even if you go to the driest desert, there will always be some moisture. Hi, and welcome. My name's Herman Tabor, and today we're going to be learning all about this, the psychrometric chart, and how it can be an extremely useful tool for HVAC applications. But first, let's take a look at the history of how this chart came to be. Let's go back, like way back, a little more, there. In the year 340 BC, Greek philosopher Aristotle published a series of books titled Meteorologica, which were the first writings to focus on atmospheric phenomena, such as rain, clouds, mist, dew, and even rainbows. This was the start of meteorology, and scientists and physicists continued to develop their ideas, gather data, and build improved weather instruments throughout the medieval era and beyond. Then, in 1765, James Watt perfected the steam engine, taking the world by storm. With the design up to 75% more efficient than existing machines, it was one of the main factors that kickstarted the Industrial Revolution. If there was ever a time to further our knowledge on the relationships and processes between air, water, and heat, this was it. Steam tables quickly became a useful tool for steam engine design, as a quick reference system that allowed for the bypass of complex calculations. Meteorologists were quick to catch on and began using tables for the same reasons, but they were tedious and lengthy, to say the least. Then, in 1904, when Willis Carrier was developing some of the first air conditioning systems in the world, he conceived of a chart that would save him time and effort by displaying psychrometric data in a specific format for his needs. This is what he came up with, the basis of the psychrometric chart as we know it today. In order to learn more about the chart, I traveled to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, to visit Bill Griffin. Bill is the president of engineering and manufacturing at Captive Air. He is, without question, the head honcho at this R&D facility.
Has the DCD software been updated? Keep working on stringing these up in the lab.
Bill deals with psychrometrics every day, making him the perfect teacher when it comes to the chart.
So thinking about the psychrometric chart and why we need to know things about it. If you know two parameters of moist air, you can figure out every other property of moist air using this chart. One example is, how do we know when condensation is going to form on this water bottle? Well, using the psychrometric chart, we can figure that out. So let's take a look at the parameters. All right, so one of the first things to start to look at on the psychrometric chart is called the dry bulb temperature, which is the scale on the bottom of the chart. For example, a 90-degree dry bulb temperature is constant along this line here. This is the temperature at which most people refer to when they say it's 75 degrees outside. That's called the dry bulb temperature.
Dry bulb temperature is a direct measure of the kinetic energy of air, with no regard to its vapor content. The first modern thermometer, invented by Mr. Fahrenheit, used this principle. As the kinetic energy of the air around the thermometer changes, so does the kinetic energy of the mercury within the thermometer, causing it to expand and contract. Add a scale to it, and you've got a bulb thermometer. The term dry bulb comes from the fact that the measurement is taken with a dry bulb.
So in contrast to dry bulb, there's something called wet bulb temperature of the air. And the wet bulb temperature is located along what we call the saturation line of the psychrometric chart, and it's the curved line to the left side of the chart. But the constant wet bulb temperatures are at a diagonal line on the psychrometric chart. They start at saturation and fall down to the right. The wet bulb temperature is the air temperature when it's fully saturated. So for example, if you were to take a typical thermometer, soak it in water, and move air across it, air velocity across it, what the reading would be wet bulb temperature.
So how does this work? When the thermometer bulb is wet and air is moved across it, the water around the bulb evaporates, causing the bulb to cool. When the air is dry, the water will evaporate easily, causing a large drop in temperature. When the air is moist, the water will not evaporate as fast, causing a smaller temperature drop.
This is the Sling Psychrometer. It's a pretty neat old school device, and it has a dry bulb thermometer and a wet bulb thermometer attached to an assembly in a sling. So we go ahead and spin it around, causing airflow to interact with both of these thermometers. The dry bulb thermometer doesn't really care about this airflow. It doesn't change its reading. But the wet bulb thermometer is dependent on evaporation, so it needs this airflow. Today is pretty humid out here, so the temperature drop on the wet bulb won't be very high. And if it was raining right now, both of these thermometers would essentially read the same thing, as there'd be no evaporation happening on the wet bulb. So after we spin it around for a while, we get these two readings, and we can take them and plot them on the psychrometric chart. And from there, we can get other useful parameters, for example, relative humidity.
Relative humidity is the next most commonly used property of moist air. And relative humidity is along curved lines that are approximated along the entire psychrometric chart. From the bottom of the chart, the lower axis, that is 0% relative humidity. And as you progress up to the left of the chart, the relative humidity becomes higher. So this is a 10% line, 20% line, 30%, all the way up to 100% or saturation. One way to easily understand relative humidity is to think about a sponge. If you bring a sponge out, the moisture content in that sponge starts to drop. So that means that that sponge can absorb much more water at some point in time. So you can think of relative humidity the same way, where a dry sponge would have 0%, and if a sponge has absorbed as much water as possible and can't absorb any more, that would be 100%. So the relative humidity is a ratio of the current moisture content in the air compared to the state of that same air at 100% saturation.
It's worth noting here that relative humidity is highly affected by air temperature. The size of the sponge, or how much moisture can exist in the air, varies with temperature. The hotter the air, the more water vapor the air can hold. But we have to be careful here because air doesn't actually hold water, as it's somewhat commonly said. Let's look at what actually happens in this mix at a molecular level. We already know that the motion of these molecules changes with temperature. Make it hotter and there will be more energy. Make it colder and there's less going on. As far as the nitrogen and oxygen in the air are concerned, this is all fine and good. But for water, things are different, as it's a polar molecule. Like a magnet, it wants to stick to others of its kind. This is what we call condensation, when enough water molecules bind and turn into a liquid. There are two basic factors that determine how likely a water molecule is to bind: how fast it's moving, and the space between it and other water molecules. This is also called vapor pressure. As we increase the temperature of the water vapor, the molecules move fast, so they don't bind easily. But even at this temperature, if we keep adding water vapor, we reach a point where the molecules are so close together that eventually their magnetic attraction overcomes their motion, and they still condense out of the air. This is what we call saturation, where if you keep adding water vapor to the mix, it will just keep binding and condensing out of the mix. When we lower the temperature, this happens much more easily. The molecules move slower, so it's easier for their polar attraction to take over, and thus saturation happens even when the water molecules have a little bit more space. That's why relative humidity is so dependent on temperature, because temperature dictates factor one, how fast the molecules move.
One important thing with moisture content in the air and relative humidity is it impacts the way people feel. So on a hot day that is also dry, people may feel somewhat cool, but if you add moisture to the air on that same hot day, it becomes hot and muggy. Your body is, through the sweating process, is an evaporative cooler. And when it's hot and muggy outside, you can't transmit that energy or that moisture away from your body, and that's why it feels more uncomfortable. It also works on the flip side. For example, if you're in Florida and it all of a sudden becomes cold in those conditions, higher humidity can actually make
the air feel colder. So it impacts the extremes in both conditions. Dew point is the temperature at which moisture will begin to condensate out of the air. Dew point starts with the same temperature as the wet bulb temperature along the saturation line, and the dew point is an absolute measure of moisture content in the air. So, for example, a 60-degree dew point, a constant 60-degree dew point would be a horizontal line on the psychrometric chart.
A common example of dew point is dew on grass. Let's say we have a certain amount of water vapor in the air during the day, and it begins to cool as the sun goes down. As the air cools, the water molecules lose some of their kinetic energy and begin to move slower. Eventually, they move slow enough that they begin to bind and condensate out of the air. The temperature at which this happens is the dew point. Some of this water will naturally end up on the grass blades. But if the blades are cooler than the air, the process can happen directly on the grass blade itself.
Let's go back to this water bottle example. We've just taken this water bottle out of the refrigerator, and let's say, for example, it's 38 degrees. We know that if the dew point of the air around it is higher than 38 degrees, the bottle is going to condensate. So, an example, 75-degree air at 50% RH, that dew point is somewhere around 55 degrees. The bottle temperature is 38. We're going to get condensation 100% of the time. The same applies with supply ductwork. If we know the air temperature and relative humidity in the space, we know and can predict when the supply duct is going to condensate. The moisture content of air is very similar to the dew point of air in that it is also a vertical axis located on the right side of the chart, but constant moisture content follows a horizontal line across the chart. So, for example, a moisture content of 70 would be constant across the psychrometric chart. And moisture content is a direct value of how much moisture is in the air. Unlike relative humidity, where it's relative to the temperature and other conditions, moisture content is an absolute value. And the typical units are pounds of water per pounds of dry air, and sometimes we use grains. So for a reference point, there's 7,000 grains in 1 pound. So it's just another way of measuring weight of a substance.
It's hard to have a frame of reference as to how much water exists in the air in buildings. And saying there's 55 grains per pound of dry air isn't exactly easy to visualize. So I used some satellite imagery along with the psychrometric chart to calculate how much water is in the air at my local big box store at 55 grains. I'll briefly show the calculations here. The final answer is 4,656 pounds of water, which equates to 558 gallons of water in the air inside the store. This gives you an idea of just how much water HVAC systems interact with in buildings this size.
Really, the crux of what we're after in the psychrometric chart is how much energy is in the air. And the way we express energy in air is called something called enthalpy. Enthalpy is defined as the amount of energy in a pound of air. In English units, enthalpy is the BTUs per pound of air. And it's located on the left side of the psychrometric chart in numbers that are at a diagonal. And constant enthalpy runs diagonally along the chart. The enthalpy is related to all other properties on the chart. For example, if you change the dry bulb temperature or the wet bulb temperature or the RH percentage, all of that goes into defining what the enthalpy is, or the amount of energy in the air.
So looking at the chart, we can see that enthalpy or energy increases as we move to the right or increase temperature. But the biggest increase in enthalpy actually occurs when we move up the chart, which means increased water vapor. But why does more water vapor in the air equate to more energy? Let's look at the formula for enthalpy of moist air. As you can see, it consists of the enthalpy of the dry air plus the total of the enthalpy of the water vapor multiplied by how much of it is actually in the mix. Another term for these two halves of the equation are the sensible heat versus the latent heat. The sensible heat enthalpy is easy to calculate. We just need to know the temperature and specific heat of air. Specific heat is just how much energy it takes to heat or cool a substance 1 degree. In the case of air, it's 0.240 BTUs per pound degree Fahrenheit. The latent heat also takes into account the specific heat of water, but it adds this huge number, which is the heat of evaporation of water. Because of the strength of water's hydrogen bonds, it takes precisely 1,061 BTUs per pound to turn liquid water into a gas as it exists in the air. And all this energy is still present in water vapor in the form of kinetic energy. If it weren't for this heat of evaporation, this side of the formula would be almost negligible. But because of it, the amount of water vapor in the air is a huge factor when determining the energy of the mix as a whole. Even a little bit of water vapor can add significant enthalpy.
Enthalpy is very useful in calculating energy to process air. So for example, if you're going from one point to another point on the psychrometric chart, you know the difference in BTUs per pound of dry air. So if you know that difference in BTUs, you can convert that to tonnage, which is then used to size HVAC equipment.
The last parameter we will look at right now is specific volume. Specific volume is defined by these diagonal lines across the chart, and the units are cubic feet per pound of dry air. You can think of specific volume as the inverse of density. For example, the air inside a hot air balloon is low density, which means it has a high volume per unit mass, at least when compared to the air around it. It's common to say that when humidity is high, the air feels heavy, but using the chart, you can see that at the same temperature, humid air is actually lighter than dry air as it takes up more volume. So the saying is a bit wrong. But why do engineers care about specific volume?
I'll give you one practical example here. When you're heating air, since blowers are constant CFM or constant volume machines, when the air is very cold entering the blower, you can put more heat into that airstream because the air has more mass. Versus when you try to heat warm air, you can't put as much heat into that air very easily because there's less mass of air.
Now that we've gone through all the parameters, it's clear that some of these relationships are complex, giving the chart all kinds of curves and angles. With a little practice though, it's a lot easier to navigate the chart than it is to calculate these long formulas. So let's give it a try. Let's say we know two parameters, a dry bulb of 70 degrees and a relative humidity of 50%. What else can we get out of the chart? Let's find the 70-degree dry bulb line here. Then the 50% relative humidity line here. Where those two lines cross, we can plot a point. From that point, we can gather all kinds of useful information from the chart. Starting with the wet bulb, we see that this point is below the 60-degree wet bulb line. So here's 59 and 58. It's right about in the middle, so we can interpolate a wet bulb of about 58.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Then for dew point, we can draw a line straight to the left and see where it intersects the saturation line. It looks like it's at about 50 degrees. Looking at enthalpy now, these diagonal lines, our point is slightly above this line, which is 25. So let's call it 25.5 BTUs per pound of dry air. We can also get the humidity ratio, a line straight to the right, and it looks like it's right around 55 grains per pound of dry air. And finally, the specific volume. This point is just to the right of this diagonal, so maybe we can interpolate to 13.55 cubic feet per pound of dry air. So you can see this is one very practical example of quickly getting all kinds of data from just knowing 2 points. Now let's say we have a second point and just arbitrarily place it here. The parameters for this point are all different. So what happens when we try to change air from one point to another? For this, we go to part 2.
Once you establish your starting point on the chart, different directions you move from that point describe different processes. Let's break it down to left and right at first. And we define that as a sensible process. So for example, going from left to right on the chart is called a sensible heating process. So there is zero exchange of moisture in that process. It's just sensible heat. Going from right to left is called sensible cooling, and there is no change in absolute moisture in the air in that process. Conversely, moving up and down on the chart, there's a gain or loss of moisture and no gain or loss of heat. Moving vertically upward on the chart is a humidification process, and moving vertically downward is a dehumidification process. So that then you can combine those different directions. So for example, if you're moving up on the chart and to the right, that is a heating and humidification process. So common applications in HVAC, a traditional RTU would be a sensible heating or cooling process where we're just moving to the left on the chart for cooling or to the right on the chart for heating. When you get to more advanced products like dedicated outdoor air systems, they introduce a latent component and are heavily biased towards a latent removal of moisture. So for example, a DOAS may have a 70% latent component to it versus a 30% sensible, so it's more heavily removing moisture from the air. The primary example for latent moisture removal would be when you have a cooling coil and you actually see moisture falling off of the cooling coil and out of the drain pan. That's a good indication that you're latently cooling the air because moisture is actually being wrung out of the air. When you're cooling and you don't see any moisture on the cooling coil, you know that's a sensible cooling process. One thing to really put this in perspective is when you're along a sensible process, you're more parallel with constant enthalpy. And when you're operating in a latent process, you're moving more perpendicular to the enthalpy line. So it removes a lot more energy that way. That's why it takes more energy to perform a latent process than it does a sensible process. One unique process is moving up on the chart and to the left, and that's called evaporative cooling. The interesting thing about moving diagonally on the chart, especially to the upper left, is it's an adiabatic process, so there's no energy exchange because you're moving along the constant enthalpy line. So you can move diagonally parallel with enthalpy on the chart and exchange zero energy.
Evaporative cooling is a technology used as early as 4000 BC by the Egyptians, who built wind towers to catch and feed hot and dry desert air and push it through tunnels lined with wet blankets or reeds, effectively providing cooling for buildings. This energy-neutral process has been adapted with modern equipment for cooling in dry environments like the Southwest.
So the reason why you want to move a certain direction on the chart is to try to bring conditions into a more comfortable zone. And ASHRAE has many guidelines on how to define that comfort zone based on the amount of moisture, the amount of air movement, how much clothes you're wearing. So if you know where you're at and you know where you need to go, that will help define the process that you need to undertake to get there. So let's go through a little bit of an example here showing the process of cooling on the chart. Say I want to maintain 70 degrees in a space. If I delivered air directly to the space at 70 degrees, it would not be able to maintain 70 degrees in the space. So you have to actually overcool and overshoot with your cooling process to bring the building back to a comfortable condition. So say our target is 70 degrees dry bulb and 50% RH. We'll draw a dot there. That's our target. And our outdoor conditions are 95 degrees and 78 wet bulb. So those are our starting conditions. The theoretical cooling process would start at the 95-78 point and sensibly cool to the left until we reach saturation. And then we would ride the saturation line down to a point where the equipment is capable of hitting. And then from that point, the air being delivered to the building would be very cold and relatively saturated. And the natural process would be for the air to reheat itself back up to the space condition. And that follows a sensible heat ratio line. In actuality, what happens is you start at the 95-78 and you ride a general curve down to about 95% relative humidity, and then the building naturally heats itself up. So there's a difference in the theoretical cooling curve and the actual cooling curve, and that has a lot to do with coil design and velocities through the coil.
The reason that the theoretical and practical cooling curves look so different is because it's almost impossible to just completely sensibly cool the air. As the air goes through the cooling coil, not every molecule interacts with the surface of the coil in the same way. Some particles may never touch the coil as they travel through, while others touch or get very close for a long period of time. This means that while the average temperature of the air hasn't reached saturation, some water vapor molecules will still get cold enough to condense out of the air. And as a result, we get this more gradual curve, representing the loss of moisture.
When you know your target, you have to know your internal loads or your internal heat gains to know where to end the cooling process. So if your internal heat gains are going to naturally increase the air from the unit, that's called your sensible heat ratio line, you know where to end your cooling process. Some very typical internal heat gains are lighting, which is improving with LED lighting, by the way, computers, people in the space, any appliances that generate heat. Also, there's heat gains through windows and walls and roof that must be accounted for. So anything that adds heat to the space goes into what's called the sensible heat ratio, and that's how the building naturally heats itself up.
In order to know where to end the cooling process, we have to know what ratio of this heat is sensible versus latent. And it's a simple formula: sensible heat divided by the total heat. So for example, a building that experiences mostly sensible loads would have a high sensible heat ratio, close to 1. A building with predominantly latent loads, like a room full of people or a kitchen, would have a low sensible heat ratio. If we know the SHR, the psychrometric chart has one more trick up its sleeve. Some charts at least have a pre-existing dot somewhere near the center, in a scale to the right. If we draw a line from this dot to the SHR value, in this case I'll use 0.70, the slope of this line will correspond with how the building will naturally heat back up. This is very useful, as we now know that the cooling process needs to end somewhere along this line in order for the building to achieve our final target point.
With modulating equipment and with advanced algorithms, we can actually control the exact point dynamically where we need to end the cooling process to allow the building to naturally reheat itself to the exact point we need. There's a lot of emphasis put on exactly where we need to end the cooling process to modulating components to produce perfect conditions in the space. So now that we've reviewed the cooling process, let's take a look at the heating process and how that differs on the chart. So say, for example, we want to maintain our 70 degrees dry bulb and 50% RH condition in the space. And our air temperature coming into our HVAC unit is 55 degrees and nearly saturated. The heating process just moves left to right on the chart. So we're going to go from the left point directly to the right towards the space conditions. Just like cooling has loads, heating has loads as well. So for example, assume you're in northern Minnesota and it's 70 degrees inside and minus 20 outside. Well, heat will be moving out of the building in that case. So you actually have to bring in warmer air to maintain a space condition. So for example, if it's 70 degrees in the space, that's what you're trying to shoot for, you may have to deliver 90 or 100 degrees out of the unit to maintain that 70 degree temperature in the space.
Before making this video, I was under the impression that the heating process has a drying effect. And this is actually a common misconception. Using the chart, we can visualize that while relative humidity does decrease as we move to the right, the humidity ratio stays constant, meaning the actual quantity of moisture in the air does not change.
Is it comfortable in here? Well, we must be inside of this box then. So we really have to know where we need to be to know how to size equipment. So there's been a lot of industry study on the exact comfort range inside of a psychrometric chart. And ASHRAE has established a comfort zone box on the chart. And it's basically approximately 70 to 75 degrees and 40 to 60% RH. And that chart will sometimes shift depending on how much activity you have and if you're wearing heavy clothing or light clothing. But that's the general premise around the chart. So it's good to know where we want to be. because we know where we're at. And if we know where we're at, we know where we want to be, we can calculate the energy required to get to that point. And that leads to how big of an HVAC unit that we need to do this process. All right, so let's use a real world example here to calculate the amount of cooling capacity or cooling tonnage we need in an HVAC unit. So to do that, let's start with where we want to end up, and we'll use our example here of 70 degrees dry bulb and 50% RH. And we keep using that condition because it's a relatively comfortable condition at about 52-degree dew point. And we know our BTUs there are approximately 25.5 BTUs per pound of dry air. Now let's take another point, a starting point, an outdoor air condition, 95-degree dry bulb and 79 wet bulb. And we know our BTU there is approximately 42.5 BTUs per pound. So subtracting those two enthalpies gives you a difference of 17 BTUs per pound of dry air. That's from where you're starting to where you're going. Now that we have delta enthalpy, where do we plug this in? Well, we have 4 different cooling formulas, all useful for different scenarios. Let's use the second one to calculate total BTUs per pound. So the formula for total cooling capacity is BTUs equals CFMs, which is the amount of air you're moving, cubic feet per minute, times a constant 4.5 times your change in enthalpy. So let's assume, for round numbers, 1,000 CFMs. And if you do 1,000 CFMs times 4.5 times your change in enthalpy, you get a total of 76,500 BTUs per hour. There's a nice little conversion in the HVAC industry of 12,000 BTUs per hour is 1 ton of energy. So if you divide that 76,000 divided by 12,000, you get 6.375 tons. So you would need at least a 6-ton unit to cool 1,000 CFMs from the starting point to the ending point. That would be just a nominal way to size the unit. So when we're sizing HVAC equipment, we don't just guess at conditions. We don't say it's really hot in Phoenix, so we need a lot of capacity. ASHRAE has published specific data on every major location around the country, and we use this data to accurately size equipment. We'll take Miami, for example. And it's important when you're looking at cooling to look at both dry bulb conditions, maximum dry bulb conditions, and maximum dehumidification conditions, because it can make a difference on how you size units, especially when we treat outdoor air. So we'll take the example of Miami, like we mentioned before, and ASHRAE publishes something called 0.4 and 1% data. And 0.4% data basically says the conditions are going to be at these extremes for 99.6% of the time. You'll be at these extremes or less. So it's a pretty good reference to size equipment too. So we'll look at dry bulb cooling first for Miami. And assuming we're going to end up at 70 degrees and 50% RH in the space. So we know just by looking at the psychrometric chart that 70 degrees and 50% RH produces an enthalpy of 25.5 BTUs per pound of dry air. Looking at the dry bulb cooling conditions at Miami, at 0.4%, we get a condition of 91.8 dry bulb at a 77.6 wet bulb condition. So if you look that up on the psychrometric chart, you get an enthalpy of 41.04 BTUs per pound of dry air. That's good for dry bulb conditions, but you also have to look at the dehumidification conditions. So for Miami, for example, where it's very humid, looking at the dehumidification conditions at 0.4% conditions where it's 78.4 degrees dew point at 83.5 degrees dry bulb. And if you look that point up on the psychrometric chart, you'll notice that the enthalpy is 43.2 BTUs per pound of dry air. So just doing the math here, we know our starting conditions and we know where we want to end up at 70 degrees and 50% RH. Just looking at the dry bulb conditions, the difference in enthalpy is 15.5. And looking at the dehumidification conditions, the
difference in enthalpy is 17.7. So you can see there's a different amount of energy required when you're dehumidifying versus looking at dry bulb conditions. And if you do the math using the formula, total BTUs per hour equals CFMs times 4.5 times your delta enthalpy. For dry bulb design, you end up with 69,930 BTUs per hour, assuming 1,000 CFMs. For dehumidification, you end up at 79,650 BTUs per hour, assuming that same 1,000 CFMs. So what that means is if you're sizing a unit for dry bulb conditions in Miami, you would need an exact unit of 5.8 tons versus dehumidification at 6.6 tons. So that's why we look at dehumidification loads along with dry bulb loads, and we typically size units to handle the larger of the two.
These examples were a bit simplified to focus on tonnage calculations and the differences between peak sensible and latent cooling. Remember, we don't actually cool air in a straight line from outdoor conditions to space conditions. We tend to overcool to account for building heat gains. There are also other processes like reheat, which we'll talk about more later, or limitations of the equipment that must all be taken into account to determine real living air conditions for more accurate calculations. The starting conditions are also not always as straightforward as our examples. For simplicity, we assume that the air entering the unit was 100% outdoor air, matching the peak outdoor conditions. But when recirculation is used in a building, the entering air conditions, or our starting point, will be different. A quick way to obtain this new starting point using just the chart would be to draw a straight line from the space conditions to the outdoor air conditions. If, for example, the equipment is set to 50% outdoor air, our starting point would be 50% of the way along this line. If it was 30% outdoor air, the starting point would be 30% of the distance. These factors are just the tip of the iceberg, and we will cover them in more depth in a future video. The examples Bill just worked through use the second formula here for total BTUs per hour. We can also calculate the specific BTUs for sensible and latent heat. We just need to know the change in dry bulb temperature for sensible BTUs and the change in grains of moisture for latent BTUs. The chart can also be used as a quick way of isolating specific sensible and latent enthalpy changes. If you draw a line from the starting condition to the target condition and continue drawing a right triangle, the vertical and horizontal vectors represent the change in latent and sensible enthalpy, respectively.
If you went to an HVAC manufacturer or a supply house and asked for a 5.8 ton unit, someone would probably laugh at you because there is no such thing as a 5.8 ton unit. They're rated at nominal capacity. So most residential caps out at 5 tons, and then above that you go 5, 7.5, 10 ton units in increments like that. The nice thing about modulating equipment is you can select a 7.5 ton unit and it will modulate to that exact 5.8 ton capacity when needed.
Imagine these two scenarios. You're driving a car in a desolate, straight road, and as a law-abiding citizen that you are, you decide to follow the speed limit of 70 miles an hour. In scenario 1, you set your cruise control to 70, and the car maintains 70 miles an hour. The ride is smooth, quiet, and efficient. In scenario 2, a couple of things are different. Your cruise control is broken, and the throttle pedal will, for some reason, only work in 2 positions, full throttle or no throttle at all. You still try to maintain 70 miles an hour, but you constantly go over and under, the ride is uncomfortable, and you notice you're using a lot more gas. The average speed for both scenarios might be the same, but wouldn't you rather be in this car? This illustrates the basic differences between modulating and stage HVAC equipment. The former maintaining perfect target conditions for comfort and efficiency, even in changing conditions.
The thing that we have to work with is software compared to traditional RTUs in the past that were just one-off or staged. So we have the luxury of working with some higher-end equipment that is fully modulating and controlled with software. And what that allows us to do is to balance perfect conditions with energy savings. That's why you see high IEER ratings with modulating equipment, for example. We know we have variable conditions coming into the unit, and once we know what we want to deliver and how we want to deliver it, we can write algorithms around controlling our equipment and modulating our equipment to exactly hit that point. The general differences between truly modulating equipment and staged equipment is with modulating equipment, we can pinpoint an exact point on the psychrometric curve, where staged equipment pinpoints a circle or an acceptable range. That's the biggest difference. So it enables us to narrow that target down as closely as possible. With staged equipment, the target becomes much larger because staged equipment cannot hit such an accurate point. One area of optimization is reheat. A lot of applications require a reheat process from a comfort standpoint. So I'll give you two examples here. One with using reheat and one without using reheat. So we'll start at our standard conditions here, 70 degrees and 50% RH. That's where we want to end up. And we'll start with outdoor conditions of 95 and 78, a typical starting point here. And we'll say we have a relatively flat sensible heat ratio line. There's not a lot of latent load. So we'll draw the sensible heat ratio slope on the psychrometric curve. So we've got that established. So there's two ways of doing this. We could start at the outdoor air conditions, sensibly cool, and then latently cool, ride the saturation line down all the way to the sensible heat ratio line. No reheat. The building itself would naturally raise the conditions of the leaving air. At that point, we'd have to cool the air down to a 45-degree dew point. So we'd have to deliver air at 45 degrees into the space, which can lead to very cold drafts and some condensation of ductwork. So what's the alternative? Well, the alternative is to reheat the air, and a reheat is a sensible heating process where we take hot gas right off the compressor and cycle it through a coil, a reheat coil, which is downstream of the cooling coil, and then that hot gas then goes back into the condensing coil to be condensed. We'll start at the same point. We will sensibly cool the air and then latently cool it, say down to 50-degree dew point, and then reheat the air back up to approximately 65, then ride the sensible heat ratio line up. So there's two different ways to get to the same point, one with reheat and one without reheat, and there's pros and cons of either way. A lot of people think it's just free energy because we're already overcooling that air and we have refrigeration, to work with. But one thing that they don't consider is that there's air energy required to push air through a second coil, and there's refrigeration energy required to push refrigerant through a second coil and a valve. So reheat comes at a cost, but comfort is king right now. And if you're not comfortable, you're wasting your time and money. So if you're going to go through the investment of buying high-end air conditioning equipment, you shouldn't take the risk of being uncomfortable. An economizer, in theory, is a device that allows for better efficiency of a unit. The theory behind an economizer is if you have a cooling load inside of a space and your outdoor air conditions are cool, you would lock out your mechanical cooling of an HVAC unit and just bring in that outdoor air to cool the space. So that's why some people call economizers free cooling. But it really isn't free for a variety of reasons. Let's take an example of just a simple dry bulb economizer. And let's go back to our original example. We're trying to maintain 70 degrees dry bulb and 50 degrees into space. Well, say our dry bulb economizer has a set point of 60 degrees to open up. So anytime there's a call for cooling and the outdoor temperature is 60 degrees or less, the economizer will open up and the unit will lock out cooling and bring in outdoor air. But looking at 60 degrees, there could be a whole range of relative humidity is associated with 60 degrees. Let's use an example of 60 degrees and 85% relative humidity. If that's the case, if those are the outdoor conditions, you'll actually be bringing moisture into the space because your dew point at 60 degrees and 85 RH is higher than your space conditions at 70 degrees and 50% RH. So you will be actually adding moisture to the building in that case. That's why dry bulb only economizers don't make a lot of sense. So now looking at another option for economizers called an enthalpy economizer, and we'll use the same point, 70 degrees and 50%. And we'll draw our enthalpy line there, and that will be our 25.5 BTUs per pound of dry air. So say our enthalpy setting there on our enthalpy economizer is 23 BTUs per pound of dry air. So anything less than 23 BTUs per pound of dry air on the outside will lock out mechanical cooling and bring that outdoor air in. Well, the same situation exists where we could be at a lower enthalpy outside, say 55 degree dry bulb, but a 90% RH. So we could be bringing in more moist air or wetter air from the outside into the space. So you have to look at all types of conditions to make sure economizers make sense. And on a large percent of jobs, we've seen them disabled by users because they actually end up making the space more uncomfortable. The intention of economizers are to save energy, but they sacrifice comfort and quality in some of those situations. Looking into the future of equipment, we know that there's energy considerations to pay attention to. So there's going to be a lot of resources placed into optimizing every process with HVAC equipment, including cooling, reheat, how we deliver air into the space. So we have to look at all those factors and how it relates to the psychrometric chart and balance energy at the same time.
Today, we've really gone through a lot of material, and I hope you've enjoyed it. For me, the biggest realization while learning and researching psychrometrics is that the chart is truly a culmination of efforts by many people from various times and places, and that the way we use it today continues to evolve as engineers develop new products and techniques to handle air.
And lastly, I just want to say that while we live in a world where the trend is to use an app to calculate just about anything, learning to use a chart gives you a much more complete and comprehensive picture of what's actually going on with moist air. And it really has no competition.
I hope this summary was good for everyone. And I encourage everyone listening to this to become familiar with the psychrometric chart and learn everything about it, because it can make your job as an engineer much easier. And you can talk more intelligently about how HVAC equipment operates and the energy associated with it. So, yeah, plus you need to know it to pass your PE exam.
This is going to be different from the typical educational videos I make. Normally, I break down one individual HVAC engineering concept and provide a little context. In this video, I'm going to connect the dots by outlining the HVAC design process as a whole. A bunch of concepts will come up: time series, load components, sensible versus latent, peak versus quad, psychrometrics, but